Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, good.
Okay.
Right.
And this one.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, good. Okay, all good?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Wait, let me just check. Omar, all speakers are physical, right?
One,
Oh,
yeah.
who's?
Mohib.
Mohib.
Online,
Can you let them know he's asking? I don't know. Yeah.
The
Eh? नहीं क्या?
नहीं किया.
Oh, पूछा? हाँ.
My name mine was nominated.
हाँ.
You know.
One thing I realize is being online gives you more visibility.
No, being
Yeah.
नहीं.
Because here, with that camera, you just like
No.
Yeah.
If you are there online, the online Zoom participants have a better audio video.
Yeah.
लेकिन if you are in the room and you want to see the online, वो दिखाई देता है नहीं देता है वो वाला भी challenge. Listen.
No, the online people cannot see us. That's for sure. Like they cannot recognize. I mean, maybe Raz. but
No,
other
they
people
may not. You will also not.
I was
Hybrid.
just thinking, I forgot to bring my laptop. I was thinking I'll just turn on the Zoom and stay right in
नहीं,
front of
you can.
Yeah, we better.
You
Yeah.
can. Only thing is if you
I had
have
that thought in mind
Today I
yesterday.
didn't bring my laptop. I thought एक ही सेशन है नहीं लाऊंगी. तुम जब यहाँ करना चाहोगे वाईफाई में तुम्हें अपना फ़ोन नंबर देना पड़ेगा. मैं हमेशा देती हूँ. स्नूप कर रहे हैं वो कोई बात नहीं है. देखेंगे अपने आप तारीफ तो नंबर दोगे तब तुम्हारे पास कोड आएगा. और अगर लैपटॉप बंद करते हो ठीक है and you go to the next session and you open it फिर से कोड डालो.
Oh, if you do it again, it's not sticky. Okay.
So it's not like once you take it like normal IGF.
Yeah.
सारे meet even ethnic में.
Yeah.
You all are very accommodative. I am bad.
Test 1, 2, 1. One, two. Hi.
So one person is online, right? He told you, right?
Mohibullah.
Mahibullah,
Yes, okay.
yeah.
He had
And
presentation or no?
no presentation, just speaking, yeah.
Okay.
So I'll start off there, and so he'll be roughly around
I
10,
will
10.
put it from the first
Yeah.
time because I want to show the.
Oh, okay. So all good, yeah. Okay. Good morning.
What did you do to your face? That was from distance. But you got an a brawl or something. Good morning.
Special, darling. Super special. You want some water?
Oh, thank you very much.
no, it's been great so far.
Sorry? Yeah, otherwise you can't hear. Yeah. Sit anywhere, doesn't matter. Yeah. That's right. Numa, sit here somewhere. Yeah. Because the morning. No, you haven't time.
Who will be moderating the session? Osama.
Oh, salam alaikum.
Sorry, he's one of the speakers.
Yeah, right. Yes, of course. Yes. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Much appreciated.
He's very active
Yeah.
in the
Yeah, that's fine. That's
in
fine.
and
Yeah,
out.
that's fine.
I wasn't sure if it was on this side or that side.
Yeah, the camera's there, so we'll sit around here. Yeah.
Should we have the speakers on one side so that we can have them in the photo all together?
But the camera's there, right? And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
yeah.
No, what I'm saying, like Numa is sitting here, the speakers in there. Can we put them like next to each other?
Yeah,
have them
if you want. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay with me. Yeah. I'm going to be standing, so yeah.
Wahan, would you like to come here so that we can have you in the picture?
It's a bit tight. No, I'll stand. Yeah, so yeah. So who's missing? Oh, Rupesh is there. Yeah. अंसारी साहब कह रहे हैं कि सबको यहाँ बिठा दो मैंने कहा जी
What will be like? Arnab wants to know today. India wants to know. Bihar nation.
the
Sorry.
internet wants to know.
You have to have a. Oh, you
Can
have
I
a pen also in your
please?
hand.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye bye.
Oh, you going? So rude. Huh? Now I can see where your loyalties lie. Huh? And you know I'm all about loyalty, right? Morning. How long is the session?
I'll go. 9:30 को start होने वाला है. मैं 9:40 को पहुंचूंगी.
Harisa is not here. Yeah. Harisa is not here yet.
Online moderator and rapporteur too. He's rapporteur and online.
Okay, but Harisa is not here yet. Yeah. Harisa is not here yet. You're contacting her? Yeah, okay.
Hello?
We can hear everything you're saying.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody.
Good.
No, I just mean
On the.
if you're having other conversations.
Good. Oh, I have this. See?
I know, but you can't hear the line speakers.
Oh, I can't hear.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not very useful.
Hear them with this.
Right. So then maybe I take this off then.
No, both of them. This is just hearing, and this is.
You have to wear two devices.
Yes.
I thought technology was supposed to make things better.
Channel one's gonna be.
Channel 1, okay. Shukran.
Everyone heard your warning to me.
Put it in your pocket, maybe.
I don't think we're live yet, though.
They
It's,
heard it.
it's just in the room, though.
Yeah. Maybe.
Just joking.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Not that we can.
One. Yep.
So we'll make a start, right? Audio okay? Right, good morning and welcome to workshop number 223, Communities of Practice, NOGs Driving the Local Internet. We have a small gathering here this morning. I guess it's too early. Some have started leaving, but that's okay. Just to give you a quick overview, we're not using any presentations or slide decks. It's all interventions by our esteemed speakers. I'm hoping we stick to the time, and I'm also hoping we can get some interaction from the audience, and hopefully the room fills up a little bit more as the day goes on. So, first of all, I'm Raj Singh from the APNIC Foundation. Most of our speakers are in the room here today, except for one, Mohibullah, who's joining us from Afghanistan, I believe. The way we're doing this session is divided into 3 segments. First, we'll cover a little bit about the NOG ecosystem. Then we'll go and hear from NOG practitioners who are out there on the ground setting up NOGs. And then to wrap it up, we'll talk about sustainability in the future for NOGs. Now, if you don't know what NOGs are network operator groups. And I thought I'd start a little bit with my own experience with NOGs. Back in the day when I was doing startups, I was asked by one of my team members to go to a meeting in Singapore. I had no idea what it was. He said it's like a NOG meeting. I had no idea what NOG meant. So when I arrived at the meetings, he sort of introduced me around to a few people, etc. This was an APNIC meeting, by the way. And my first question was, and I started to understand a little bit how NOGs work, why is it that people from competing companies are collaborating and discussing and trying to fix problems together? Because from a business perspective, it didn't make sense to me. Why would I collaborate with my competitors, right? It took me a while to understand why that was the case. And today, of course, I'm a big supporter of the NOG ecosystem, as Rupesh will allude to. So the key thing there is that NOGs, they may come from different companies and different organizations. They may be competing with each other at the business level, but they work together to solve problems that, or to address issues to ensure that the internet keeps on operating the way it needs to operate. It's stable, it's secure, it's resilient, it's robust. And therein the NOG groups perform a very important function in the internet ecosystem. The problem, however, is that hardly anyone knows about NOGs and us, right? NOGs are basically those that work in the background, they keep things running, they collaborate, they coordinate, but the outside world never really knows you, right? Even when things go wrong, they go to the ISPs or retail providers or whoever they may be. There'll be lots of social media chatter that this is not working, internet's down, speed is slow. But behind the scenes, it's the NOG people from NOGs who work in these companies who try and make sure that those things don't happen. So I believe this is the first time the Internet Governance Forum has actually had a session on NOGs. That I thought was quite amusing in the manner of speaking, because if it's the Internet Governance Forum, the Internet basically depends on NOGs to keep things up and running. And we've never brought up these issues at an IGF, in the nearly 20 years that it's been around. So I'm glad that we're doing this session, and at least it's on the agenda. We have some online participants, and we'll have some outputs out of this, which I hope can be shared with the wider community. So to start off, we'll talk a little bit about the NOG ecosystem. So I've asked a couple of my speakers a question each on what their experience has been in setting up NOGs and being involved with them. I'll get each speaker, as I turn to you, please just introduce yourself in 2 sentences. Let's not do long bios. And then if you could answer the question that I put to you. So I'll start off with Rupesh. Rupesh, in many respects, SANOG, the South Asian NOG, is one of the more mature NOGs in the Asia-Pacific region, with more than 20 years of history. Can you share some thoughts on that 20-plus year journey, and in particular, how SANOG has contributed to the South Asian technical community, which keeps the internet up and running, not just in the region, but outside it as well?
Thank you, Raz. Thank you very much. As Raj, as you mentioned, this is probably the first time that the NOG has been part of this IGF program, and I'm really very thankful to APNIC Foundation for facilitating this and bringing us together with the governance side of the internet. As Raz mentioned, we the NOG people are working in the background to keep internet stable, secure, as well as a kind of an open. But we work in a stealth mode for the governance team, right? So Sanok, we started in 2003 through initiative of a few people like Gaurav Razupadhyay and then Dr. Phyllis Smith and Champika and then a few other people. And later on, other people started joining the movement. We started as the knowledge sharing platform initially with a conference aligned with one of the IT conference that was happening in Nepal. And then we moved on to start make the Sanok as the more training platform as well. So over the period, I mean, if I have to break down this 23 years of journey of Sanok, we would basically, on a broader way, we just break it down into three different parts. Initial movement was like some of the people were like very enthusiastic people coming together to share their knowledge, share their experience, and get along, and getting that satisfaction and motivation of being with the team of a good technical people who are thriving to keep internet secure and then resilient, as well as getting the knowledge transferred to the new generation. And I always say to them during the Sanok events that a lot of people who were trained by Sanok in the earlier days are now in the various leadership position and are the key members of this the internet community. Initially, it was basically a training program, workshops that we used to do. Since 2003, we've trained probably around 3,500 people. And like this is like a hardcore training, right? So 5 days of hands-on training on how you should work on the internet. And when we started in 2003, it was more of a static routing days, right? So you give a command in the router saying, oh, send this network, subnet, or to this network, and it's more static. And we this through the Sanok, we started training on the OSPF, BGP, and then things of that sort, and then gradually moved to DNSSEC and security, and then now more on the automation side of the network as well. The initial journey was towards like training this, making the Sanok as a workshop or a training platform where a lot of people were trained. And at the same time, we were also providing fellowships to more deserving candidates. And then those fellow people who've got the fellowship has come back to the Sanok as a trainer now. So they're more of the senior trainer for Sanok community. And then it's all done through the volunteer way. We don't pay for pay to the trainers. This is all the volunteer trainers that come to the community and share their experiences, share their hand, just as Sanok initially gave them a hand to start their career. Then the second phase of Sanok, we started to think that, okay, probably the Sanok being a regional network operators group in these various countries. We do two events. We've been doing two events every year in different cities of South Asia, in Kathmandu, Pokhara, Bhutan, Thimphu, or Paro, or Mumbai, or Kolkata, or Dhaka, or even various Colombo and various places. So we realized that, okay, maybe we should not only do this event on an international basis, we should also carry the localized part of the content. And we started to encourage the local content providers, local providers to come up with their challenges. And then we built onto the process and then thought process of creating this local NOGs. And we started supporting the creation and then handholding of the local NOGs, where in 2014 the BD NOG started in Bangladesh, and 2016 NP NOG started in Nepal, and now that we have all the NOGs in different countries now, so all the South Asian countries have their own local NOGs, and there's like very, very interesting to see that we've covered Sanok in 6 different countries, and it's very interesting and very happy to see FNOG. I was part of the opening ceremony in FNOG last week, and then I'm happy to see MNOG also coming up. So through this initiative, we plan to cover all the regions, countries, and happy to see that the local NOGs are carrying the content and carrying the thought process that Sanok initially covered, and it's more on the localized basis, right? So Sanok will come as a regional platform, but the local NOCs can, through their local language communication, through their local needs, will come up with their local to address the local challenges. For example, in Nepal, they came up with the optical fiber training, which was the local need at that time, and then that curriculum is nowhere found. So they developed their own curriculum, started the training, and then there was like catered to their own community's requirement. Similarly, in Bhutan, same thing happened. I think Afghanistan, the last AFNOG was in local language. I was very happy to see that. Sri Lanka is doing it in the local language. NPNOG is just did the last event partially in a hybrid mode with the Nepali language as well as English language. So the second part of SANOG's journey over this last 20 plus years, 23 years to be more specific, has been, first phase was more of a community building. Second phase focused on the local NOC creation. And we are at the brink of starting our third phase, which I'll talk later on what next for SANOG. Now that all the countries have their own local NOCs, that we are going to move to the next phase. Also, through the SANOG movement, we've been able to create and then do the training for the start the journey of various internet exchanges as well. And this movement was contributed by a lot of people. Raz was part of the community which contributed to SANOG. Afta was there, Jichen from Bhutan, and a lot of people. So, so we were part of this to make this SANOG, a NOG community, a strong community. And it's like completely, I mean, it's a very selfless job, you know. I mean, like Raz talked about, like why competing organization will come together and then showcase their challenges or success stories or the difficulties that they're facing in the business. It's more of a family, you know. You come to a family's environment where you feel free to share your challenges, you feel free to share your successes, so that the bonding becomes bigger for the greater interest of internet in overall. Right, so we are more of well, SANOG is basically, I mean, as I initially Raz also mentioned, I also mentioned, we are like working on a background, like a guardian of South Asian galaxy. But a lot of people do not realize that, and in the governance side of that. Maybe my 5 minutes is up, so probably I'll continue in the later part of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupesh. So, guardians of the South Asian galaxy, so that could stick, eh? Osama, so the Middle East NOG has been around for over 15 years, I believe. You have evolved in that time, of course, to meet community needs. So that's another important aspect of NOGs, right? You need to meet the community's needs. Could you share some thoughts on the MENOG journey and how it has helped contribute to internet development in the Middle East, which itself, of course, has been rapid in these 15 odd years, right?
So, kind of similar to SANOG, actually, I attended the SANOG number 4 or so, and I really enjoyed the experience there. And for me, it was a new experience in terms of how people came together and were able to help each other, and also how valuable the sessions were, because they were from people that were actually have real hands-on experience, as opposed to the typical training you may get from vendors where it's just professional trainers, with all respect to them, but they don't have the operational background to explain the challenges that people may face or you may face on a daily basis. And that was very enlightening. And similar to SANOG, we were actually founded initially, led by Dr. Philip Smith. I think this was 2007. And a couple other local members, including Fahad Shiawi. And I was part of that team, part of the program committee from that initial meeting. And we kept on going, and it was mostly in the beginning, it was mostly grassroots efforts, and the effort to kind of gain more awareness of MENOG and more awareness of the challenges and the importance of focusing on internet operations to make sure that the internet operates and continues. and trying to reach out to not only the community, but also to the let's say executives and telecom operators, and also to reach out to government, the regulators, and so forth, to kind of raise their awareness of the different issues, and also things similar to, for example, the need to roll out IPv6 or get their support to kind of roll out IPv6, and that was kind of the initial phase that we went through in the beginning. And part of the success is also, part of the local successes that we had in the region. For example, is in Saudi Arabia, the regulator actually took upon themselves to kind of promote IPv6, and we're kind of the adoption of IPv6 in Saudi Arabia was one of the best in not only in region but globally, and that was kind of the early phase. Later on, the kind of there's some we went through some other changes in MENOG, and the RIPE NCC kind of took a more bigger role in the leadership of the NCC. Dr. Philip Smith had to step away a little bit, and it took a kind of different role, not the kind of same level as it did, but it took a higher role of engaging governments more and trying to raise more awareness on a government level, and also we continued to conduct the trainings that we did. So we had a similar format in terms of we had hands-on workshops, and we were actually modeled after SANOG, so very similar format in terms of we had hands-on training workshops, whether on IPv6, whether on DNSSEC, security, and then we used to have tutorials, one day full of tutorials, and then we would have another day. We'd have 2 days of plenary sessions where we would accept submissions from region and globally to present in the conference. And then after that, we had to roll back a little bit. So we weren't doing twice a year as we initially started, but then we started doing once a year, and we've been continuing on the once a year format since then. And I'm happy to say that I think it's going very well. We had a recent meeting in Oman just a few weeks ago.
Right. Thanks, Osama. Thanks for that overview of how you've developed MENOG. And, again, the key thing between both MENOG and SANOG is it's about community, right? You're building a community of practice, and people are there to help each other rather than, compete. The competition comes later, right? Okay, if I can turn to Vahan, who is, of course, with RIPE NCC. Vahan, RIPE NCC is one of the 5 regional internet registries. And the RIPE region itself, of course, covers multiple sub-regions. As RIR, you enjoy a higher level view of how the internet has been developing at the technical level, and you work with multiple stakeholders to ensure that internet remains open, available, and accessible. Could you share some thoughts on what you see from a RIR perspective, and in particular, some of the challenges the network operator community faces?
Thank you, Raj. Okay, good? Yeah, nice. So actually, NOCs are one of the priority groups in RIPE technical community, and we do support the creation and the activities of NOCs in our service region with many instruments sharing, and this is not only financial. We do share in many cases also our personal, let's say, history of cooperation or even history of creation the NOCs. I had the personal experience prior to joining RIPE NCC. I was the creator of Armenian Association of Operators that has initiated first Armenian NOG, and that is why I have my own personal, let's say, history of things happening, why, and understanding why NOG should happen and what it can bring to the community. But I can share here some experience we had with many NOCs and what issues they have and what kind of opportunities they have and some uniqueness of work with them and in these regions. So far I have participated in the kind of creation and supported them of Georgian, Armenian, and KZ NOG, Kazakhstan NOG. And the interesting thing with Kazakhstan NOG is that it is not even an event, but it is a community. So sometimes we have some similarities with IGF, you know. We have the IGF as an event, but this is kind of not an event. This is a process, this is a procedure of internet governance, and this is also a process of network operators to discuss their issues, and not to discuss it once a year or twice a year, but also have the platform where they can discuss the current issues and get the current answer. So Kazakhstan NOG started from the Telegram chat group, and they have decided to go to the NOG kind of year after they have started very proactive communication via Telegram. And not only Kazakhstan network operators gathered there, but also some operators from neighboring countries, from Russia, from other places itself, and myself as well. So what they do this very proactive communication on current issues each day. They have hundreds of messages each day in this Telegram group, and they started communicating at the conference KZ with the government itself, and this was already a second step of their development. Third step of their development was that state has recognized them as an organized group, and they have advised them to come and asked them to come to the advisory group under the ministry. And they are already, one of their initiators is already in the public council at the ministry. And third step they had is the creation of association, a legal body. And they have created now the association of legal bodies that has also an ability to legally support these processes. What we do with them and how it can be also beneficial for other multi-stakeholder community to cooperate with them. Okay, we do also this, we try to do at least these trainings, because there is a gathering of network operators. It's a good place to go and deliver there prior to the event or after the event, the trainings that can be beneficial for this technical community. What is quite interesting, they are not only discussing now the technical questions. They are not now discussing only how they can operate the internet, but they now also discuss all the questions that can be interested for the operators. Should it be commercial, marketing, sales, all these questions. And as it was mentioned here, it is not a place for competition there. They are quite free to share their experience. They are quite free to share their advices, how they can do with this or that product. And it creates quite a unique environment where they can openly talk about their problems, even the state that is called to be very close. It goes there and take participation in these discussions. How it can be also helpful to others. We see a lot of our counterparts also working with technical community. So should it be ISOC with their programs to support community? Should it be state or multi-stakeholder other bodies like we have, for example, the IT also providing the some conferences and sites on how they can develop the internet or support to develop the internet and standards, etc. So they are also coming sometimes to these meetings. And this is, as we see for IXPs, for NOGs, for policy players, this is also can be also a future place for them to grow and represent their questions to the state and have this negotiation with the state immediately, and not to wait for I don't know, 4 months or a year to have the NOG gathering. We are closely cooperating with them and supporting them not only for the creation of or for the organization of event itself, but also in the development of that. And I guess the brightest example of this combined cooperation or successful cooperation can be MINOG, where my colleague, I Yeah, he was here, Shafiq. You might know him. He's quite widely engaged, and our manager Hisham was playing quite a significant role. I have participated at two Minox. They are brilliant, and they are bringing all the questions that are very actual for the community, for the development of community. And this can be also the place where you can understand these issues of the community and bring it to the upper level, like to regional level or to the international level. That what is maybe missed sometimes for the discussions at IGF grounds, where we can bring what we have discussed at MINOG or SONAG and or KZNOG. Thank you.
Thank you, Vahan. So what we heard from those three speakers, is how the NOG ecosystem has been evolving, at least in the wider Asian part of the region, and of course the European side as well. Needless to say, it plays, the NOG community plays a very important role, and I think I'm hoping in the following segments, or in the last segment today, we can talk a little bit about how we can raise that voice in other fora as well. And one good thing to hear from Vahan and Osama both was the fact that governments are also interested in the work of the NOGs, right? And I think that's not equal across the world. I think it depends on the economy or the region or the sub-region. And I think maybe we could do a little bit more work there as well. So we're doing very well for time. Thank you to my speakers for listening to me, to being on time. I absolutely am impressed. Thank you. I've got a few minutes allocated for some question and answers. I wanted to make this interactive and not just have a series of talks by our speakers. So why don't we first go to my good friend Kahur, if we have anyone online with any questions or comments? Oh, no comments thus far. Okay, all right, fine. So we can turn to the room itself. Anyone in the room would like to ask a question, have a comment? Mary, yes, please. Please take a mic so that, yeah. If you could also introduce yourself very quickly. No, maybe it's off.
Hello everyone, I'm Mary from Timor-Leste. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous because this is my first time to attend the discussion, international discussion like this. In this room, I also want to share that Timor-Leste also have a NOC this year. So we just start this year and we got the support from the ethnic, and the initiative we start the NOC is from the ethnic staff, Ms. Cheryl Hermoso. And this year we start NOC with 3 days for workshop for internet routing basic, and then for conference 1 day. And we got a sponsor from the international company also, and from APNIC, and then we got support also from our government that facilitate us with the building to hold the conference, hold the workshop. So here I want to ask to the SANOC, what's your input for RTL NOC? We just started, so maybe SANOC have more experience with NOC. So you can share, or you can give us the idea or suggestion to the TL NOC. Thank you.
So in fact, the next segment talks about how new NOCs are starting up. So our three colleagues from Maldives, Afghanistan, and Pakistan are going to cover a little bit of that. But Rupesh, maybe you can share some brief comments.
Yeah. Thank you, Mary, for the question. Basically, when you start a new NOG, what as a SANOG, through our experience, what I would like to recommend is focus on two things. One, understand what the local community requires from this community, right? So local requirement has to be clearly spelled out before you start to listen to the outside world. Second part of the responsibility for TL NOG would be to get the success stories and the scenarios from the outside world. For example, when the IPv6 deployment was required, SANOG was part of it to provide training to its community and then get the regional people, the regional engineers ready to get the deployment of IPv6. When the wave came for internet exchange, SANOG was helping the community to get the knowledge transferred to in terms of establishing the internet exchange, the BGP and all those things. The DNSSEC, right? So now the RPKI or ROA implementation and all those things. So focus on two things. Understand what the local community wants or the requires, and help facilitate through the outside world or through the local resources itself. Second, whatever the is happening worldwide in terms of making the internet more secure and resilient and then stable, get those things processed to the community through whatever APNIC or Internet Foundation or ICE Internet Society, whatever help we can get from the outside world, or from SANOG would be happy to extend our resources for the upcoming NOGs as well. So we would be happy to get those things facilitated as well. So just focus on those two things. I mean, apart from that, there will be a lot of challenges. Funding will be challenges, and getting the papers presenters will be problems. There will be so many other challenges. But just try to focus on these two key areas for the successfully and stably getting the operations roll for the benefit of your community.
Okay, thanks, Rupesh.
So
Sam?
I'd like to add maybe some recommendations as well. So it may differ a little bit from my colleague here. I would actually recommend that you start simple and focus on the community. So the people that are involved, just try to have it in a way that's very simple, that doesn't cost anything. Be very frugal, and maybe start very small. Somehow getting together. Maybe it could be just getting together over a meal, and then maybe talking about one topic. You don't have to make it very big from the beginning. You can reach the stage where it's big, but initially you should focus on the community aspect and focus on the technology and the operational aspect. So the people that are interested in NOGs, the best people that are interested in NOGs are the people that are very interested in technology and operating technology. So have that as the core goal of the group. So when you gather together, you gather in a more social manner and talk about these different issues, and then maybe you can start by having discussions on certain points. You don't have to have something very formal or anything like. You don't have to try to rent out a location to set up something. Just have it as a normal, like a simple discussion. So you create a very simple structure. We get together once a week, once a month, once like that, and some regular cadence, and then it could be over a meal, talk, and then you may have something simple as like, okay, for the next 30 minutes we're going to talk about, or next 20 minutes we're going to talk about one topic, or if someone has something to share, please share it. And then when you start doing that over time, then you can start doing something a bit more formal. If someone has, let's say, a topic they want to present, maybe get to a point where they actually prepare a presentation. So very often people in our communities, the technical people that run routers and switches and DNS and so forth, they're very uncomfortable presenting, right? So if you tell them, can you make a presentation about this and talk to people, that is very scary. It's extremely scary, right? But if you start in a very kind of casual fashion, okay, you please tell us about this topic, or can you share this experience? Without any presentation, just have it very informal, very casual, and then over time, you can start to make it more structured. When the team gets bigger to the stage where you can't have a normal conversation like this, then at that point, it becomes very obvious that people need to actually, put some slides together, have something more, formal to do. But I would recommend avoid incurring any additional cost in the beginning, because the more cost you have in the beginning, the more difficult it can be to maintain, right? So, for example, if you get used to getting funds from SANOG or whatever other organization, or let's say one of the companies come sponsor you, and then you get used to doing that, if that fund is not available, then it becomes difficult to actually manage your group. So that would be my recommendations: is start small, start casual, social, and then gradually build up the engagement.
I think that's some useful advice there. Yeah, Van, I'll just come to you in
Small one.
Yep.
Yeah, small one, really a small one. So it is on, yeah. Don't forget about the human basis of all of us. This is about socializing, yes, but this is about fun, and the event should be attractive to everybody. So if you have a fun there, well, it should be interesting. It should be interesting and not very full of technical details, etc., but with also human conversation, really fun, attractiveness. Don't think much about money itself. So either IPNCC or IPNIC or IPNIC Foundation will help you, or ISOC, okay. It is not an issue. But to create a unique environment where they have a fun, where they have an opportunity to talk and express themselves, and if it is interesting, they will come.
So for those who may be unaware, Timor-Leste is one of the newest sovereign countries in the world. It's based in Southeast Asia. It's a small country, and we've been doing a lot of work trying to support them over the last several years. I had a question at the back there, perhaps. Yeah. Can someone run a mic? Thanks, Niti.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm Karma from Bhutan. I just have a few comments with regard to the NOC. I'm also one of the co-chair of the Bhutan Innovator Group. We established in 2014, and since then we have had over 11 BTNOC events every year for the last 10, 11 years. My question is on the sustainability part, and just a comment, basically. The NOCs, like the few speakers have already mentioned, drives on the volunteerism, right? And there are only a group of volunteers that come forward, organize these meetings, but also at the same time deliver trainings, help the community with the training specific requirements within the country, within the region. And these volunteers are basically, they volunteer, so we get fund. So what we do is we heavily rely on the sponsorship, not just from the international, but from the local as well. And I think we have a great opportunity here right now for all these NOCs, IGF, ISOC, country-specific chapters to coexist, basically. And each of the players has an opportunity to complement each other to achieve the outcome, the goals of the respective IGF, ISOC, or the NOCs. And also with regard to the, now with NOCs coming up more prominently for the last 5-6 years, the way the regional NOCs approach this whole new community building, capacity building, the whole regional NOCs has to change. And I'm very much looking forward to hear from Rupesh Dai on what would be the next step for the SANOC. So this is very important, so that there is no duplication in efforts, and we grow together. Just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I am a big believer in no duplication. So, and indeed, the last segment is about sustainability. So we'll cover that a little bit later. So we'll go to the next part of the session today, which is actually hearing from NOC practitioners. It just so happens we had a nice segue. We had from Timor-Leste and Bhutan before we hear from the other three economies. So I've ended up with 5 economies, which is a good thing. Let me first turn to Mohibullah from Afghanistan. Mohibullah, Afghanistan is one of the newer NOG efforts in the region, and you have had your fair share of challenges in many dimensions. Can you share some insights on what you've had to do to set up a NOG and the challenges you have faced?
Thank you, Raj. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mohibullah Othman Khair. I'm the coordinator of the Afghanistan Network Operators Group, and currently I'm based in Germany. Just wanted to say that as well. Let me give some context about Afghanistan before addressing your questions, Raj. We are a landlocked country located at the crossroads of the South and Central Asia. And despite the rich history, we have faced challenges in the past 50 years, including political instability, infrastructure gaps, and economic constraints, all of which have impacted the development of the country and also the internet ecosystem. So though the internet penetration has been improving over the years from almost no connectivity in early 2000s to having an internal fiber ring in the country and 5 to 6 national level telecommunication service providers and around 60 to 70 network operators all over the country at the moment. Although we don't have direct access to the subsea cables, however, we have fiber connections to almost all of the neighbor countries. And despite all of these, there are still much work to be done, particularly in addressing infrastructure gaps and capacity building and a digital divide. AFNOG was conceptualized as a response to these challenges. So the idea for establishing a network operators group in Afghanistan began back in 2018 during discussions with regional leaders, including Dr. Flip Smith and APNIC engineers at the SANOG meeting in Kolkata, India. And the goal was to create a platform for Afghan network operators to collaborate, share experience, and also learn from regional and global best practices. One of the tasks back then we wanted to work on was to have an instance of the DNS root server hosted in Afghanistan. And I had the honor of leading the NOG establishment back then and discussions and also following the communication between about the DNS root server instance with the Ministry of Communication and IT. Later in 2022, when I was living in Pakistan, I was also one of the fellows of the APNIC Foundation's Afghanistan project, which is a capacity building program, and now it's extended to Digital Leap South Asia and included other countries. The idea of having NOG in Afghanistan was raised in our mailing list by Mr. Omar Ansari, and I'm glad that I was given the opportunity to follow up on the idea of having a NOG in Afghanistan again. And from 2023 that we officially launched Afghanistan Network Operators Group, we recently had our second AFNOG meeting in December this year, and it was organized remotely for 2 days, and we had around 7 sessions and panel discussions with around 60 participants. So of course, we are a young community, and there are still many things that needs to be done to make the community more inclusive and stable. And at the moment, some of the key challenges that we are dealing with is, for example, the community engagement is a challenge for us. Bringing together a fragmented community of network professionals and experts is a challenge sometimes, especially when over the past 4 years, majority of the experts and leaders left the country, and reaching out to them in different regions with different time zone and bringing them together in discussions with local experts inside Afghanistan is a challenge that we are dealing with. In addition, due to the lack of pre-existing collaborative culture, getting stakeholders to actively participate and sharing knowledge has also been a challenge. So though we have seen progress through last 2 years through consistent outreach and engagement efforts, but still there are other things needs to be done in this specific task. And other challenge is the political situation in the country. Sometimes we find it challenging to actively engage local experts who are inside Afghanistan in our community discussions. And since the situation is complicated and they don't want to risk their positions, and it's understandable for us, and as a community, we also prefer sometimes to be adaptive and they do join our webinars and communications, but they prefer to have their cooperations in the background and not actively. And another challenge is the capacity building. We also have training and skill development programs to address the technical expertise gap within the local community. We organize monthly webinars and discussions, while our priority is to have local presenters and panelists, which is sometimes a challenge to have their engagement. I mean, despite all of these challenges, so far the journey has been rewarding. We have learned that collaboration is key, not just within the country, but regionally and also globally. And organizations like APNIC Foundation, APNIC, RIPE, and South Asian Network Operators Group have been invaluable partners so far, and I'm thankful to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mohibullah. And of course, thank you for also plugging the work of the APNIC Foundation and how we've been helping build capacity. Of course, Afghanistan, as you heard, has its own challenges. You've got Mohibullah sitting in Germany trying to coordinate a NOG in Afghanistan. We have some of our colleagues from Afghanistan here in the room today as well. In another session, I mentioned that whenever conflict or political issues happen, the media and the world pays attention for a little bit of while, and then they move on to something else, right? The problems still remain in Afghanistan, though, so I think there's still a lot more to be done. Okay, I'll turn to Harissa now from Pakistan. Harissa, Pakistan has a vibrant technical community, and I've been a frequent visitor, but the NOG group also has had its challenges through the years. However, in more recent times, there's been a flurry of activity locally. As part of the newer generation in the industry, how do you see what NOGs do and what has your experience been? So Harissa is one of our next generation leaders, I can say. So I was keen to hear what she would contribute to this discussion. And the voice of the next generation, I think, is equally important, not just the old timers like myself and Rupesh and Osama and Vahan. So Harissa, please.
Thank you so much, Raj. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, that's great. First of all, thank you so much for bringing this up and having this discussion. And as you said, indeed, Pakistan is a vibrant community of multi-talented people and has a huge technical spectrum. But the weakest challenge in this chain has been observed the organizational collaboration. As you said that I have been a part of the next generation, I was not involved as much in the previous years, but from the time since I have been involved in the Pakistan NOG and have discussion with the people there. So I've come to know that the organizational collaboration has been the main challenge, and it starts from the ISPs to the last mile dealers. But it needs the discussion it needs the people for us to come and discuss these issues. If I talk about the earlier times, I believe that in the earlier times, the meetups were being organized by some the government entities or the government technical wing to bring up the stakeholders and the interested parties to collaborate and gather and discuss the issues. But the organizational interaction or the collaboration has been the weakest point, because maybe they were not being able, as Usama said, that the technical people are very shy to come up and to discuss the issues. So maybe that could be the reason, or maybe they don't want to to share their hidden trade secrets, which can be understandable, but which is truly understandable. But in those events, now if I talk about recent times, with the help of organizations like APNIC and other organizations, newer ways of engaging these technical experts or these organizations have been put into play. And talking about nowadays, industry has a positive outlook towards these meetups and isn't shy to discuss the technology or present any issues. And Vahan both said that the events, and we should start from the smaller steps, and for the technical experts to discuss and engage freely, it should be have something fun. So social events have been observed to have the more attendance, and we utilize those events to come up and discuss the technological aspects of the issues. And in these social events, the people gather
So I think one key message I'm getting here is that, first let's learn how to crawl, then walk, then we run, right? And then after we start running, we can start to sprint, yeah? The other bit, of course, that resonated for me in just a few contributions, including what Vahan said earlier, was that, we are building network connections, but it's humans doing, right? So we need that human connection to make those network connections work as well, so that social interaction, human beings by nature, they like interaction and socializing, right? So let's go to Numa from the Maldives. I had a very interesting chat with her earlier in the week, so I'm keen to hear what other insights she will share with the wider group today. So the Maldives NOG is also in the early formation stages, Numa. You have recently also held a number of activities, including a local IGF. How difficult, or easy for that matter, has it been to try and bring the community together, and what are some of these challenges going forward? And of course, some of you may be aware the Maldives has also had its political challenges in recent times, right? So, Numa, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Epnic, for this opportunity. As Raj mentioned, we just had this year's IGF in Maldives on October, and the initial NOG discussions were kick-started during the IGF this year with the assistance from Epnic as well. We brought together people from ISPs, public-private sector, and network operators as well to come up, and we organized, with the help of Epinic, we organized an introductory session to this community technical people, just to introduce what NOG is, because when we reached out to the community, what we found out was most of them are not actually familiar with the concept of NOG itself. So first, we are taking very baby steps just to let them know what NOG is about and what kind of supports as a community, and what as a community what missing out in the digital age. So we are at the very start of formation of MV NOG, and I would say the challenges that we have. Sorry. Okay. Am I audible now? Okay. So, okay. So we have identified that in Maldives there is a skill gap, especially we have a huge need of building capacity within the country in terms of network security, or even in network operators as well. So in order to build the capacity, we need resources to conduct professional trainings as well. So in order to build the capacity, we need human resources as educators as well. So to fill in that gap, I think organizations such as APANIC, SENOG, and as we have received comments from most of the NOG operators in the community, I think we need to work together and collaborate to fill in these resource gaps. And the other approach that we are looking in MB establishment is we have established local community organizations such as Women in Tech, who are very actively engaged in the community, who are working with network operators and government and public sectors, who who have a very good connection with the local community, technical sector, as well as the government and public sectors. So organizations such as Women in Tech, civil society organizations, and MVIGF will be a very good help to bring this multi-sectorial communities together and start this kind of conversation. So we are trying to, as Osama also mentioned, we are trying to start the discussions and works of MVNOG in a very small scale, because as we all know, the technical communities are not very open. They like to have closed group discussions in order to come up with a very comfort discussion, and to start with the initial discussions, we need to have fun activities, closed group discussions, maybe just a coffee meetup will help, because they need to come together and start to work as a community to bring in these benefits. And also I think the other challenge that in a country like Maldives would have is because we are scattered in different islands, the resources, if we need to conduct workshops or trainings, the logistics and the cost that incur would be a bit expensive. We need to bring in people from different islands, the travel expenses, these kind of things going to be there. So I think an approach that we think is very effective in Maldives, as a friend from Bhutan also mentioned, to partner with the local ISPs and partner organizations who can support as sponsors to support this kind of initiatives within the Maldives. So I think with the formation of NOG, it will bring in a lot of new discussions and positive aspects in the technical community and internet provision, because currently we do not have such an ecosystem in the Maldives. So if you bring them all together to bring about a change, not only in the capacity building aspect, in terms of policy formulation, regulatory aspects, and to push the government to establish and provide more capacity building because we are going to move towards a more digital future, and new emerging technologies are going to come. So if you want to catch up with the technological advancement, we need to be ready to work together and collaborate. This is not going to happen with a single body working towards. We need to work towards a common goal to address the challenges that we all face together. So I think the NOC formulation would be a very positive thing for Maldives, and we look forward to work together with Apnic Foundation and SANOG and all the NOC communities in the region. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nima. So what we've heard in the past two segments is, of course, what NOGs are, how they have evolved over time. And we've heard from some of the newest NOGs that are trying to establish themselves in the region, and in some countries which have also gone through some upheavals recently. So it's not an easy task. And I think any support we can provide. So I do appreciate Rupesh saying that even though Timor-Leste is not in South Asia, they're happy to provide whatever support they can. And I'm pretty sure other NOG and regional NOG groups have a similar sort of attitude towards this. And it's all about helping others to ensure that the global internet itself keeps on functioning the way it should, right? So let's not forget, what we are here for is the open global internet, right? And one that is interoperable. Okay, so we've got just under half an hour left. The third segment is sustainability in the future for NOGs. Some of those questions have actually already been raised, and some have slightly been answered, some slightly haven't been. I know we've got a few comments online as well, but I'll just first go to Rupesh, Osama, and Vahan with a couple of questions, and then after that we'll see what we have on the online comments, and then we'll go to the floor, have a bit of discussion. So Rupesh, Osama, Vahan, if I can ask, whatever interventions you make now, if you can make it a bit short so we can get into a wider discussion with people in the room and online. Rupesh, most NOGs are largely volunteer-driven, as we've already heard, yet fulfill an important role to ensure internet infrastructure keeps running. I know SINOG has recently been looking at its own future, and you and I have had some discussions on that in the past as well. Can you share some thoughts on the challenges and the future, and maybe also address some things that our friend from Bhutan brought up?
Thank you, Raz. Thank you again. Yes, we had a fair bit of challenges over the period, and as I said initially, the SANOC's journey we've tried to divide in the phase manner. The initial phase was successfully executed, and like we have a good community of people with trained people attending the SANOG, and as Omar said, I mean, he was part of SANOG, and a lot of other people were part of SANOG and got some background to start this thing. And then second part, local NOGs have already been started. Now, the third part, I'll come to that as well. The third phase, we had a long discussion, long meeting regarding what SANOG should be doing, and I thank you, Karma, for bringing that as well. So I'll talk about that. We are yet to come up with the formal report for that, but probably this would be the platform that I'll be sharing some of the information outcome of that meeting. Just before I start that part, let me also add a small thing about how SANOG is helping. I think last October we did SANOG in Islamabad, Pakistan, and PKNOG was a part as a co-host, and a lot of PKNOG, including Harisha, was part of the SANOG and the PKNOG event, and that gave them a kind of initiative to come onto the floor. And I agree with Osama and Vahan as well that the NOG starts on probably on the tea table or coffee talk, right, or online. You don't need to have that expensive thing to start with, and that's how the journey starts. And one of the initiatives that through SANOG we are also trying to do is we are trying to reduce the cost of trying to help the NOGs to reduce their cost. We're like facilitating the different NOGs in South Asia with the streaming devices, streaming equipment, so that they don't have to like pay for the expensive audio-video system. Do the streaming system, including camera, streaming mixer, and everything. So we're going to give that away to all the NOGs so that they can reduce their cost in terms of their operation. So that's what we are planning to start. Now, the future of SANOG, I have put a few points because I have not prepared the report for that. Over the period, as I said, we've been doing 2 events every year. Now, with all the local NOGs coming up, and we hovering in the different countries of South Asia, we've decided that we'll just do 1 event every year, and we'll be more focusing on the conference and tutorial part only. We'll be more supporting as an umbrella organization for all the local NOGs for the workshop part of it, wherein we will not be conducting the workshop, but we will be doing the train-the-trainer program for all the trainers who will be training in the local NOGs. So the SANOG will be doing the training program for the trainers of the local NOGs, so that we can add the value to their own skill part of it. So that's one thing that we've decided to do. Also on the second part of it, through SANOG, I mean, we will be more focusing on the challenge that one of the challenges that it's getting more difficult to organize SANOG as an event. Right? So I know that I can understand the challenges of the local NOG, but the SANOG being the regional platform, a lot of funding and support is needed. The sponsorships in the past has been more of the technical people from the different organizations would contribute towards the sponsorship, but nowadays the things becoming more tighter and tighter for the organizations. They want more visibility on their branding, sales, and all these things. So we are kind of like very volunteer-driven, very open platform kind of an organization, not supporting any vendor-based presentations or vendor-based system. It's very difficult for us to organize that. So in view of that, we are going to do a couple of other things as well. So we are going to improve our branding. We're going to improve our outreach. As Vaman said, in South Asia, it's a very sensitive issue to reach out to the government, right? So being maybe the country-wise you can do that, but as a regional organization, you cannot intervene and influence or communicate to the government of every country. So maybe indirectly we have some strategies around that. So which we will reach out to different media, government, and then we'll build our branding and marketing activities. That's something we will be again working on. So we're also changing on the organization structures, right? So we had a lot of advisors, core committee was there from different parts. So our core committee now onwards from 2025 will constitute a representative from all the NOCs, one individual from all the NOCs. So that will form a core committee of SANOC, and they determine how the SANOC should be moving forward. Right? So based on the regional requirements. So that's basically how we are going to proceed further. The next event probably we're planning to finalize the date, which probably Karma Jamyang and the team in BT Nog will also be working on. So we'll be doing one event in Bhutan, the next one. It'll mostly be a conference and tutorial event whereby the workshop will be done by the BT Nog team, and we'll be facilitating on that. So the SANOC's role as a regional going forward for at least for the next 5 years will be more towards even further strengthening and empowering the local NOCs, helping them to grow even to the higher level, and also like building the brand of SANOC as a more of a regional conference similar to like PTC or Apricot or NANOG, like of that sort. So we're aiming for a higher branding platform, branding visibility, but that is something that we are doing to help the local NOGs. Right? So the whole strategy that we built, we had a meeting last month, thanks to Epinic Foundation for supporting us to have that meeting successfully conducted. And we did that and had very, very good feedbacks. I cannot go through all the pointers, but some of the major bulleted pointers in terms of organizing structures and in terms of like branding, in terms of how we are still be part of the SANOG and how SANOG will be structured going forward is something that I just wanted to give as a highlighted point for the future of SANOG. Thank you.
Thanks, Rupesh. I'm glad to hear the progress that's been made. Of course, I've been constantly asking what next, where to next, and I'm glad to hear that you've actually addressed some of the issues that have been existing. So I just want to point out something here. Just because you've done something for 20 odd years doesn't mean you keep on doing it, right? And the internet itself has evolved, and I'm really glad to hear that SANOG is now going to evolve itself. It's going to see how it can better serve the wider community. And if an organization doesn't do that, then I think there's something really wrong. You haven't moved the needle. You haven't really made the impact. What I'm hearing from SANOG here is that I think they have made the impact, and now they're going to see what is the next part in their evolution and how they can continue supporting the internet in the region. How are we doing for time? Okay, we've got 20 minutes. Osama, some thoughts from you for MINOG? What are the key factors for sustaining our NOG? Or indeed, if you want to make some other comments that you may have heard, please feel free to do so.
So in terms of sustainability, when we're talking about NOGs, I think regional NOG is very different than a local NOG. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very different. Regional NOGs are very different than local NOGs. And I think the real value comes from local NOGs. It's more important than regional NOGs, in my opinion. And the sustainability is a challenging question. It's not something that can easily, be maintained. Very often, NOGs fail. Very often fail, meaning that they disappear and dissipate over time. And the key thing is that, or the key reason is that very often NOGs are dependent on volunteers. And when volunteers, for some reason, they change roles, they progress, they go somewhere else, or they, there could be for many reasons, they move away, then that kind of weakens the NOG and causes it to kind of dissipate. So what I would recommend in terms of sustainability, if we're talking about the local NOGs, is that I think the ones that are leading right now, right? The ones that are leading right now, they need to kind of keep that sustainability in mind, And that sustainability can be achieved, I think, in a couple of ways. One, what we discussed about earlier, which is trying to be as frugal as possible and not to be very dependent on sponsorships or enormous kind of funding needed. But the other aspect is trying to develop the people that are joining the NOGs and participating to play a greater role over time. So very often NOGs are led by one person. So the one person is active, they set up the meetings, and people come, and they're happy to come and join. But in terms of participating and organizing or leading, sometimes people are shy to do that, right? So over time, once you've established a level of rapport with your people, with the community that you have, you need to reach out to them and say, I need help. I need more people to step up and take a more active role in the organizing. And that's, I think, very important, that you need to you need to create, once you have that rapport and that comfort with your community, you need to start to kind of ask for more commitment to the group. And always maintaining fun, obviously, not making it something that's unenjoyable, but you need to kind of create that commitment. And it could be something simple, right? So one person is responsible for finding the location where we meet. The other person is responsible for, let's say, finding, reaching out to the different members to find out who's going to talk about a topic or managing the topics. The other person is responsible for the scheduling and coordination. Simple things like that. So once you start to create that kind of team level commitment, over time, that helps maintain that sustainability. Because if one person, for some reason, the initial leader that started and driving the meetings, for some reason needs to step away or needs to move on or anything like that happens, then over time you have others that can step forward. And so you need to always be aware of the people that seem very eager to help, very eager to participate, to always encourage them, encourage their participation, encourage their help. So if you see someone always attending and always eager, ask them if they can actually do more. Can you help me with that? And then also over time, once you get bigger, once you get more active, volunteering is always challenging and can also always be challenging to manage. So if you're leading and you find that you're doing most of the work, right, and yet you still have a large activity going on, but you're doing most of the work, don't be afraid to say, guys, I'm a bit overloaded. Can someone help me with this, right? Or during the meetings that you have, ask, okay, so this is a great suggestion. Who can do this, right? Don't take everything on yourself. Try to find people that will help out, and you'll find people that will help out, but you need to speak out. You need to kind of encourage that participation. And when you see, and once you get to a stage where let's say there's a committee for that NOG, and the committee, each one has work to do, has roles, whether it's reviewing programs, whether it's finding people to speak, or there's finding sponsors, you need to, kind of a little bit, although they're volunteers, you need to a little bit, point out, okay, I really need your commitment. We're suffering here. Maybe not in a group setting, but maybe on an individual level, saying, hey, I really need your help. We're kind of slow. Can you guys, step up a little bit? So that would be my 2 cents on this topic in terms of sustainability.
Thanks, Osama. Vahan, one thing I guess we haven't, I think it's been alluded to, but we haven't really discussed yet, and I think we should do it now. I often see a disconnect between the work of network operators and policy and regulatory interventions that a government may make. Often such interventions do not consider wider implications. Can you share your thinking around that? What would be a key consideration you would ask policymakers to take into account? And of course, an added question there, and I've noticed a few comments online as well, is about, how do we contribute to discussions like this at IGF? This is the first time an IGF has talked about NOGs, which is bizarre. And then you've got things like GDC and WSIS plus 20 and others as well, right? So, Vahan?
Hi. So exactly, and I wanted just to talked about that. Well, why we are here? We have talked about how to initiate or stimulate people to come to the NOCs, but we don't talk about how NOCs can be engaged, how their voice can be casted in similar events, in the OSIS Plus 20, in Global Compact, at IGF, etc. And here is a really huge gap. Because they have their own problems. They have their issues of interconnection, of peering, of working with this or that state regulatory, of getting the access, and all this. But they think that this OSIS Plus 20 or Global Compact is very far away in Saudi Arabia, somewhere that we haven't, we have never visited or never heard, maybe. But no, we should be very detailed with them so they can understand if they don't participate, if they don't cast their votes, if they don't think about that, this might be very painful for them. Not only fruitful for the future development of internet, but if they don't participate, if they don't share their concerns for many, many things, it can be also painful for internet, it can be painful for them, because when you don't participate in the policy is still participating with you. So that is the main idea, and what we are going to do with that, we are already organizing the NOC sessions at RIPE meetings. We are going there and trying to discuss with them these global policy issues, and because they know quite well, much better than we, how to get engaged with their local regulator or ministry itself. But we know better how to deal with these global issues, but we need also their voice, we need also their concerns. So this mechanism should work to both ways. We should, and we are requested to provide this information to them so they can understand what is this global development, and they should tell us what they are thinking, and maybe we should think now how to enable their voices to come there and to represent it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vahan. Osama, yes, please.
Can I add to that? I think that's very important what Vahan said. And also, I think sometimes the idea of if you talk to an engineer, NOC engineer, and say, hey, I need you to help in policy development, that sounds scary. That sounds like, okay, that's really too high level, right? So it may not be something that they're motivated to do because they don't really feel the impact, but we need to kind of simplify the concept. It's not, when we're talking about policy development, we're not talking necessarily, yeah, it could be something legislative, but we're really talking about something simpler that may affect you. And we need to also encourage the awareness. So these engineers or the NOC or the NOG members may not necessarily be the people that will develop the policy, but they are the people that need to educate the people that will develop the policy. So the people that might be involved in developing the policy, right? They need to listen to the NOGs and these technical people, and the other side of it, the technical people need to be a bit more open and reach out and try to educate those that are involved, so that they have a full awareness of the challenges and the issues that need to be considered.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Yeah, Rupesh, just a quick one before we...
Just a small addition. There are two approaches to sell some product. One is just to make this very attractive so a person can go and wants to go and buy it. Second approach is to show the person that without this product, it will be very painful for him to leave. So in that case, he will buy this product with any price.
Rupesh, and the product here is the NOG community, right?
Thank you, Vahan, for bringing up this issue. Yes, I mean, right now, the IGF or the governance team is looking at this 0 degree, and then the technical team is looking at the 180 degree. So there's not coming together. There has to be a breeze between these two kind of interpretation of what technology can impact the policy and what policy can impact these people do not understand each other. So again, I thank you very much to Raj and the Epinic Foundation for having NOG session in this IGF, and that I believe that we need to have some kind of outcome out of that in terms of like how can we cooperate with each other, and then just as Vahan said, we need kind of an interpreter, and I believe Bavram over here is also a right person. He is a lawyer by profession and also a very good advocate in the governance side, and somebody who understands the technology. And whatever we had some issues in Nepal in terms of a technology or any kind of an ITB learning comes across, he's the person who facilitates the meeting, and we all of us give him the technical input on part of that. So maybe people like him would also help to bridge this kind of a gap between what the technical people is looking for, and what the governance people are looking for. Just to give you a brief difference of this thing, the first time I attended Apricot, I was all suited like this, right? So maybe a tie as well. Sorry. With tie and everything, and then once I entered the Apricot venue, everyone's wearing like short, torn jeans, and then like the t-shirts. I was a kind of a different person in different universe. And had I come over here with the t-shirt and then half shirt, I would have been a different person in different universe.
Yeah.
So this is the kind of a difference that we have in two different universe, and there has to be an interpreter who. I was the most ugliest guy over there, like somebody who was like really formal and it's like different. I'm very smart over here, like with the shoot and all, but not in that community probably. But things are changing. But this is just an outlook that I just wanted to give. Also, one more thing I forgot to mention earlier.
I need to go.
SANOG has been providing fellowship for a very, very long time. We've so far given like around 400 fellowship so far, and recently we've last 5-10 years we've started to focus on more gender equality as well, and giving like 40 to 50% fellowship to female participants also. So that's something that I forgot to mention earlier, and that's thanks Raz for mentioning that as well. Thank you.
So you talked about 0 and 180 degrees. The problem is if someone's at 90 degrees, both fall off, right? Any online comments that we need to? I know we've got just 5 minutes left, so anything that catches your attention there?
Yeah, there are two questions, but one comment. So, do you want me to take the questions one by one or read all of them? So the last one is a comment.
Okay, maybe read the comment.
Okay, first we will go with the comment.
Yeah, and I think the policy one we've already covered. So
okay, sure. Yes, Fahad Khan from APNOC says, being the lead volunteer for the APNOC, for the PKNOC, the takeaway for me from the session, especially the pinpointing of keeping the meetups online session simple and less dependent on financial factors by Osama. Another one is to keep it humane and fun as much as possible. Thanks to Fahan for this. Hopefully PKNOC will flourish with our contributions in near future. So
that was Fahad, right? So
that was Fahad Khan, yes, from
he's
PKNOC.
done part of my job for me, so we have one takeaway from the session already. Thank you, Fahad.
Okay. So here is a simple question, like how we can ensure more passionate and structured engagement of NOGs to the public policy discussions and IGF.
Okay, so that's the one maybe we can end with, and it's we've just got a few minutes left. So I think, so this is my suggestion to people in the room and people online. I think we have to elevate the status of NOGs and what they actually mean, right? I think you've all been working in the background behind the scenes, but we also see that there's potential things happening on the internet which could which have implications on your work, right? Which makes your work much more difficult. Maybe this was a good first step. Maybe we should make this a regular thing at the regional IGFs as well. But I think it's not just the IGFs, right? There are other policy fora where NOGs need to have a voice, right? Some in the UN system, some in the ITU system, and some are completely outside of our typical internet technical community ecosystem, right? Where these discussions need to be raised as well. So maybe that's something we could consider as we, see what the outcomes of this session are. We've got like 3 minutes left. Can I ask all my speakers for just a one sentence round off, what is your key takeaway and or key suggestion for the future? Where do we go from here? So can I start with you, Vahan?
I think in the nearest future, in 1 or 2 years, we'll have a lot of challenges, for the internet, for the development of new digital society. And we need to have the consolidation. We need to have the consolidation of all our counterparts from technical community, but we also need an understanding from other counterparts coming from other parties. And that is what we should work. That is why we should empower NOCs, IXPs, other units of technical, let's say, unions and associations. And that is why we should find the ways to bring them the information about current processes and find the ways to get their feedbacks and cast their votes to these instances, let's say.
Thank you. Osama?
I would say the key takeaway from my perspective is it's important to talk to people and understand their experiences and try to put yourself in their shoes. And this could be whether we're talking on a NOG level where one engineer is talking to another engineer trying to understand their perspective, their challenges, or it could be when we're talking on a different level, when we're talking a policymaker needs to put themselves in the shoes of someone else, of an engineer or people running the internet. And they need to talk to them, they need to reach out to them, and vice versa. Those engineers need to reach out to others. So I think that's my key takeaway is simply put, talk to people, try to understand them, understand what they're going through.
Rupesh?
Yeah, I think that it's been a very fruitful discussion today. Something that I wanted to say that the SANOG being a regional platform in NOG, and so we need to help. We need to go deep down to the local NOGs and then maybe further down from there to help the root people in the root area to help themselves to build that that's a strong and stable internet across the internet. Internet is not just run by one country or one person, but it has to be stable across the region or across the globe to make it work. And that's what SANOG is doing, and then I think MINOG and other partners across the world are also doing. We're going in the right direction. The good takeaway from this is the helping the local NOGs as well as having the more closer relationship with the governance and government people, as maybe not only like having this NOG meeting in every regional as well as the internet governance meetings, but also like how the governance, IGF and other APRGF can also UN for that matter, or any donor agencies can help the NOGs, regional as well as local NOGs, in terms of having their voices heard and how the technology should evolve and how the policy should, what kind of a policy should be shaped up for the betterment of the internet. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Rupesh. I'll give the last word to Harisa as the next generation. What's your key takeaway and vision for the future?
Okay, I believe that the key takeaway for me being a next generation is that the next generation should really come up, because if I see in the NOG especially, there are more professional and the professional who are experienced. So I believe that the next generation who is struggling, who is the early career professionals, should really come up and get advantage of having a discussion with those professionals and have their place so that they can be the leaders of tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think we're just on time. I'm being told that we need to basically shut the session down. So thank you to all my speakers. Thank you for all of you being here. Thank you for the audience participation and the support team who helped us. Thank you. Shukran. As a way forward, and one thing very clear for me as a message was that we need to bring the unsung heroes of the internet are the NOGs, right? And I think we need to elevate their status, and we'll see how we can do that going forward. We need to be a part of those policy discussions, but I do agree with Rupesh. They're two ends of the spectrum, really, and he's given a very visual description of how things actually are. So I think we need to find that bridge in the middle somehow, and the APNIC Foundation, of course, is here to help and facilitate, but we can't do it alone. We will be looking to our colleagues from across the regions, and maybe we'll make something out of it going forward. So once again, thank you very much for being here with us. Stay connected, and our organizational slogan these days is action, not words, and that's what we did here today. Thank you. Yeah, can we have a quick picture of the speakers in the front, please? Oops.
point.
You want Muhibbullah on screen?
Yes, yes, please, yes, please, yes, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Great, great moderation.
inside the jacket or outside jacket? Thank you. It's good I shaved this morning.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah? Can you hear me? Good. I still need a headphone, no? Yes. Yeah, you have this one, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's even better.
It only says channels 1 and 2.
One.
Ah, it's 1. Okay. Thanks. So. Do you see the speakers online?
Yes, only Naomi. It's not.
Not yet there.
No.
Okay. Should we test that they have the connection works or?
Okay, you can check with them.
Okay. Claire?
Yes, hello.
Perfect. Loud and clear.
Good.
Hello, everyone. I can hear you.
Yes, perfectly, Octavian. I can hear you too. That's all good. Ivana is here. That's good. Charlotte?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. That's good.
Great.
Then we just miss Naomi.
Is that you walking around, Menno? With
I
the
think
mic?
so. Yes, I think so.
I see. Wow. It's really a metaverse type of experience.
Is it? Okay.
Say so. Let me check my screens. I have too many screens here.
I do want to inform everyone that everything you say will be heard by everyone in the room. So it's important to mute and unmute accordingly. Hello. You good? We're not starting yet, but it's just checking. You just need a headphone. You need a headphone.
So my age, I need.
All good, sir?
I think so. Thank you.
It's on.
Channel 1. Yes, and then channel 1. Okay.
start without Naomi, or
She hasn't arrived yet? Okay. Um, Charlotte, could you give a ring to Naomi on the internally to check if she's around?
Sure.
Thank you.
Will do.
Can you put the screen up for the speakers and then we can start?
okay, without Naomi?
She should be coming any moment, Naomi, but if you see...
All he want to open the camera, right?
All the speakers will be on the screen, yes. And
Yes, but open the camera?
open the camera, yes. And then Octavian will have the presentations. Thank you.
Claire is so good. You work a lot with her? Claire, she's so good. Wonderful.
Hi, Menno. She's just joining now.
Perfect, good. Then I will slowly kick off.
Am I supposed to hear?
You should be hearing on channel 1. Can you hear me now, Ivana? No?
Oh yeah. No.
Yes, great. Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon for those in other parts of the world, or good evening, and good night. We are here at an open forum for 1 hour, short timeline to discuss quite a challenging topic, which is to advance online safety and human rights standards in that space. I will shortly introduce myself first. Menno Ettema. I work for the Council of Europe in the Anti-Discrimination Department, working on hate speech, hate crime, and artificial intelligence. And I'm joined by quite an extinguished list of speakers and guests. I'm joined here by Clara McLaren, and I'm sure that the technician, yes, precisely, Clara McLaren. She is a professor at the Dunham Law School, expert on violence against women and girls online. We are also joined here in the room by Ivana Bartoletti, member of the Committee of Experts on AI, Equality and Non-Discrimination of the Council of Europe, and also Vice President and Global Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer at Wipro. Also with us is Naomi Trewandert, Council of Europe, as well as working on sexual violence against children, the Lanzarote Convention. As online moderator, we have with us Charlotte Gil-Martin, who works also in the Anti-Discrimination Department and is Secretariat to the Expert Committee on AI, Non-Discrimination and Equality, and Octavian Sofraski, Digital Governance Advisor, also at the Council of Europe. The session is about human rights standards and if they also apply online, question mark. And I think it's important to acknowledge that the UN and regional institutions like the Council of Europe, but also the African Union and others, have developed robust human rights standards for all its member states. And that also includes other key stakeholders, including business and civil society. The UN and the Council of Europe has clearly stated that human rights apply equally online as it does offline. But how can well-established human rights standards be understood for the online space and in new digital technologies? So that's the question of today. I would like to give the floor first to Octavian, who will provide us a little bit of information about the Council of Europe's digital agenda. So just to set the frame for our institution, and then we will broaden the discussion from there and actually narrow it into really working on the anti-discrimination field. Octavian, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm greeting you from Strasbourg. The Council of Europe, the organizer of this session, remains unwavering in its commitment to protecting human rights, democracy, and the rule of law in the digital environment. This dedication was reaffirmed by the Council of Europe Secretary General during the European Dialogue on Internet Governance in Vilnius last June. The Secretary General emphasized that the digital dimension of freedom is a priority for the Council of Europe. Our organization has always recognized the importance of balancing innovation and regulation in the realm of new technologies. In reality, these elements should not be viewed as opposing forces, but as complementary partners, ensuring that technological advancements genuinely benefit our societies. A Council of Europe Committee of Ministers declaration on the VCIS Plus 20 review was issued this September, advocating for a people-centered approach to Internet development and the multi-stakeholder model of Internet governance, and supporting the extension of the IGF mandate for the next decade. Moreover, we are proud to announce the adoption of the pioneering Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence and Protecting Human Rights, Democracy, and the Rule of Law last May. This landmark convention, which was open for signature at the Conference of Ministers of Justice in Vilnius on 5 of September, very recently, is the first legally binding international instrument in this field and has been already signed by 11 states around the world. Sectoral instruments will complement this convention, including possibly on online safety, our today's section topic. As a long-time supporter of the IGF process, the Council of Europe has prepared several sessions for this Riyadh edition of the IGF, including on privacy, artificial intelligence, and indeed the current session on online safety, a topic that remains a top priority for all European states and their citizens. Thank you. Over to you, Menno.
Thank you, Octavian, for elaborating the Council of Europe's work and the reason for this session and a few others. Can I ask all the speakers that are joining us online to switch on their cameras, because it makes it a little bit more lively for us here in the room, but also online that are joining. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank you for this, Octavian, and I would like to go over to Naomi, because the Lanzarote Convention on Sexual Violence Against Children has a long-term experience with the topic. It's a very strong standard, but recently published a new document on the digital dimension of violence against sexual violence against children. And Naomi, I give the floor to you to introduce the convention and the work that it does.
Thank you, Menno. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very pleased to be joining with you today. I'm a legal advisor at the Lanzarote Committee Secretariat, and that's the committee of the parties to the Convention for the Protection of Children Against Sexual Exploitation and Sexual Abuse. So as Menno mentioned, this is a really comprehensive international treaty that is open to states worldwide, and it aims to prevent and protect children against sexual abuse and to prosecute those who offend. So I wanted to just briefly present some of the standards that are set out in this convention. So firstly, to do with prevention, it requires states to screen and train professionals, ensure that children receive education about the risks of sexual abuse and how they can access support if they're a victim, as well as general awareness raising for all members of the community, and also preventive intervention programs. When it comes to protection, really we're trying to encourage professionals and the general public to report cases of suspected sexual abuse, and also to provide assistance and support to victims. And this is including through setting up helplines for children. When it comes to prosecution, it's really essential to ensure that perpetrators are brought to justice. And this comes through criminalising all forms of sexual exploitation and sexual abuse, including those that are committed online, for example, solicitation or grooming of a child, offences related to child sexual abuse materials, so also called child pornography, and also witnessing or participating in sexual acts over a webcam. The Convention also sets out standards to ensure that investigations and criminal proceedings are child-friendly. So there the aim is really to avoid re-victimizing or re-traumatizing the child victim, and also to obtain best evidence and uphold the rights of the defence. So in this respect, the Lanzarote Committee has recognised the Children's House or Barnahus model as a promising practice to ensure that we obtain good evidence, perpetrators are brought to justice, and we avoid victimising children. So these standards and safeguards apply equally to abuse that is committed online and also contact abuse that is committed offline. The treaty really emphasises the importance of multi-stakeholder coordination in the context of combating online violence. And this convention really specifically makes a reference to the information and communication technology sector, and also tourism and travel and banking and finance sectors, really trying to encourage states to coordinate with all of these private actors in order to better protect children. And the Lanzarote Committee has adopted a number of different opinions, declarations and recommendations to clarify the ways in which this convention can contribute to better protect children in the online environment. For example, by confirming that states should criminalise the solicitation of children for sexual offences, even without an in-person meeting, so when this is in order to obtain sexual offences online. And also, given the dematerialised nature of these offences, multiple jurisdictions will often be involved. In a specific case, we might have the victim situated in one country, electronic evidence being stored on a server in a different country, and the perpetrator sitting in another country committing this abuse over the internet. Therefore, the committee really recognises and emphasises the importance of international cooperation, including through international bodies and international meetings such as this one. The convention is also really clear that children shouldn't be prosecuted for generating images or videos themselves. We know that many children are tricked or coerced or blackmailed into this, or generate an image and thinking it's going to be used for a specific purpose within a consensual relationship, and then it gets out of hand. So the committee's really emphasised that we should be protecting our children, not criminalising or prosecuting them. In terms of education and awareness raising, the committee really emphasises that we need to ensure that children of all ages receive information about children's rights, and also that states are establishing helplines and hotlines, like reporting portals, so that children have a safe place to go to get help if they're becoming a victim. And in that context, it's also really essential to train persons working with children about these issues so that they can recognise signs of abuse and know how to help children if they're a victim. So I've put some links to our materials on the slides, and I'll hand back to Menno now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Naomi. It is a quite elaborate work to be done, but what I think the convention really outlines is that it's legal and non-legal measures, and it's the comprehensive approach and the multi-stakeholder approach that's really important in addressing sexual exploitation of children or violence against children. In that line of thought, I wanted to also give the floor to Claire, who's involved in the can speak on the work of the Istanbul Convention, around the Istanbul Convention, and particularly because it published a new or relatively new policy recommendation number 1 on the digital dimension of violence against women, which I think is a very important document to share here today.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much. So I'm Claire McGlynn. I'm a professor of law at Durham University in the UK, and I'm also a member of the Council of Europe's Expert Committee on Technology Facilitated Violence Against Women and Girls. So I'm going to briefly talk today about the Istanbul Convention that's just been referred to, which was adopted first in 2011. And there's 4 key pillars to make this a comprehensive piece of law. It talks about prevention, protection, prosecution, and integrated policies. Now, the key theme of the Istanbul Convention is that violence against women and girls must be understood as gendered. Violence against women and girls is perpetrated mainly by men. It's also experienced because women and girls are women and girls. Now, the monitoring of that convention is done by the body called Grevio. That's the independent expert body which undertakes evaluations of state compliance, as well as preparing various thematic reports. And as already mentioned, in 2021, Grevio adopted our general recommendation on the digital dimension of violence against women and girls. So this general recommendation offers an interpretation of the Istanbul Convention in light of the prevalence and growing concern and harms around online and technology-facilitated violence against women and girls. It provides many detailed explanations as to how the convention can be interpreted and adopted in light of the prevalence of online abuse, including things like reviewing relevant legislation in accordance with whether the digital dimension of violence against women and girls is particularly acute. We see this particularly in the area of domestic violence, where some legislation does not account for the fact that in reality today, most forms of domestic abuse involve some element of technology and online elements. It also talks about incentivizing internet intermediaries to ensure content moderation. The point here is about how women's human rights are being inhibited and affected by online abuse. And regulation such as content moderation is necessary to protect those rights. In other words, regulation frees women's speech online by ensuring we are more free and able to talk and speak online rather than self-censoring in the light of online abuse. It also talks, for example, about the importance of undertaking initiatives to eradicate gender stereotypes and discrimination, especially amongst men and boys. If we're ever going to prevent and reduce violence against women and girls, including online and technology-facilitated violence against women and girls, we need to change attitudes across all of society and including amongst men and boys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claire. I really like the general recommendation because of how it portrays the offline forms of violence against women and harassment in all the different ways and shapes it forms, and how that is actually also mirrored in the online space. So it's really very clear explanation of how one and the other are the same, the online and the offline, even though we call it maybe different, or it might be slightly differently presented because of the online context, but the dynamics are very similar. Thank you. Content moderation is an important part here as well, and working again as with stereotypes and attitudes is a challenge. So it's again legal, but also the non-legal approaches are very important. Thank you very much. Ivana, can I give the floor to you, because one new area is of course AI. Octavian already mentioned it, the Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence, Human Rights, Democracy and the Rule of Law, just adopted. Can you just give two short words and how these human rights standards apply in the AI field, and then we'll give the floor to the rest of the audience, and then we'll come back a little bit more on the discrimination risks when it comes to AI, including gender equality.
Yeah, thank you so much. AI, of course, is one of the most talked things at the moment. At the IGF here, we've been talking about AI a lot, and what the impact is on AI on existing human rights and civil liberties. So obviously, artificial intelligence that's been capable of doing so many excellent and good things over recent years. Can you hear me? It's been quite. There's been a big push over recent time, especially with the rise of generative AI. And talking about discriminative AI, which is the AI that we're used to, which is machine learning stuff, and talking about. I don't think they can. I think it's breaking up. Can you hear me? Is that okay? Okay. So, and talking about generative AI, which is the AI that we've seen that can generate images, that can generate. That is another area of discussion. Now, AI does threaten human rights. especially for the most vulnerable in our society. And it does for a variety of reasons. It does because it perpetuates and can amplify the existing stereotypes that we've got in society, thus crystallizing them into either representation. So what you were mentioning earlier, no? You were saying, how do we change these stereotypes beyond the legal side? Well, there is an issue here because the use of big data and machine learning, it can amplify the existing stereotypes and crystallize them. And on the other hand, it does provide, for example, with very easy and lower the bar to access to tools such as, for example, generative AI tools that can generate deep fake images. And whether this is in the space of fake information, whether this is in the space of the silencing of women through deep fake pornography, what we are seeing is, again, the lowering the bar of access to these tools can have a detrimental impact on women especially.
Yeah.
But if you think about privacy, for example, I mean, privacy and what Claire was saying, she was saying, a lot of the domestic abuse is enabled by technology. AI plays a big part in it because of the enablement of tools like they can turn into monitoring tools, and these monitoring tools can turn into real tools of suppression. So we are very firm that, and the convention is wonderful in the sense that it's the first really international convention. Yes, you have the European AI Act, which is limited to Europe. The convention is international, alongside many other things that have happened. So, for example, the Digital Compact at the UN that thinks of framing human rights into the digital space. There's been declaration happening. So there is definitely a discussion that is happening globally on how we protect, safeguard, and enhance human rights in the age of AI, but it's not an easy task. Also, and is one that needs to see all actors involved in tackling.
Thank you very much. This is only just a small start on the discussion on AI, so we'll come back to that in a second round. But I think what we're trying to do here is to explain the various conventions that exist in a few of the various conventions that exist related to discrimination and protection of groups that are particularly targeted. Istanbul Convention, the Lanzarote Convention. But I think I also wanted to engage with the audience here in the room and also online. We launched a little Mentimeter because for us it's, and I'll ask Octavian to put the Mentimeter online, because for us it's very evident that human rights apply equally online as offline. But maybe we're wrong. I was wondering what others think about this. So I have a little Mentimeter for a little quiz to just put the finger on the pulse. Octavian, are you there? Can you put the Mentimeter on, please?
The Mentimeter is on.
We can't see it. You have to change screens.
Okay.
I can assure you, we tested this yesterday and it worked perfectly. But when the pressure is on, there's always a challenge. Okay, while Octavian is dealing with the technical challenge, maybe I can give the floor first to Charlotte. Maybe there are already some questions from the audience online, and then I'll come to the... here's the Mentimeter. Sorry, Charlotte. So you can scan the QR code or go to menti.com and then use the code that is mentioned there, 29900183. So if you scan it or type it in. Yes, I see people going online. Great. Then we can go to the next slide, Octavian, for the new first quiz. So, are there specific human rights that are more difficult to apply online? There are 4 options, so please answer. Meanwhile, Charlotte, maybe I can give you the floor while people cast their votes. From online, were there any questions or comments that we should take in here in the room?
For now, there's one comment from Peter King Quay from Liberia IGF. Their question is, what are some of the key interventions that can be suggested to increase or improve this topical problem in West Africa, especially in West Africa in the MRU region of Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Ivory Coast, vis-a-vis these conventions and norms against women and girls, especially the Istanbul Convention?
Thank you very much. Can I give the floor to Claire on this question?
Yes. What I would add is that, as the colleague is possibly aware, the African Commission a couple of years ago did adopt a specific resolution on the protection of women against digital violence in Africa. And the work of the Special Rapporteur on the rights of women in Africa has done a lot of work around this regarding the online dimension. So both that specific resolution and the work of the Special Rapporteur are likely to perhaps provide some further help and guidance on the particular issues and problems and challenges and opportunities arising in Africa.
Thank you very much, Claire. And I would also say that the recommendation number 1 of the Istanbul Convention of the Grevio, I mean, it gives very practical suggestions on what can be addressed, and I think these can be adapted to local context, of course, always. That's everywhere, it's including the European continent. But I think there are many guidelines there or suggestions that would be equally applicable in other parts of the globe. I see that the overall people, there's a tendency to say yes, all human rights or some human rights are more difficult to apply online. It's an interesting result. So yes, all, human rights apply online, but it's sometimes more difficult. So maybe some people want to respond to that. And I would like to go to the second question of the Mentimeter. What should be done more to ensure human rights online? So if some human rights are more difficult to apply online, what could be done? What do you think could be done? And meanwhile, I wanted to check in the audience here if there's any questions or statements that they would like to share. Yes, in the back of the room. Could you please state who you are, just for the audience? It should be. It should work. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very well. My name is Jaika Charles. I work with the Kenyan section for the International Commission of Jurists, Nairobi. So thank you. First of all, thank you for these wonderful presentations from various stakeholders. We appreciate you a lot. It's actually something that we are very much interested in as digital rights expertise and human rights activists, human rights defenders, and especially on digital rights, basing the fact on AI. So my question is, there has been, especially in African context, there's been a lot of fight by the authorities towards the human rights defenders in the name of defamation. I hope we all understand defamation. So defamation has been used against human rights defenders online whenever they try to to pinpoint issues regarding human rights online. They are mostly being charged under defamation, and you'll see aspects of abductions and such like things. And especially it has happened recently in African context. For example, in Kenya, there was a Gen Z movement which was well known all over. So how can we approach that, or how can we curb that, especially in the context of AI, to prevent such like things from happening? Like how can we, protect the human rights defenders online from being charged under defamation, or rather being used on grounds of defamation as a tool to prevent them from doing the human rights work? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just looking at my speakers who would like to pick up this question. Maybe I give it a go first myself, and then the other colleagues can contribute. I mean, it's a very pressing question. I think within the European scope, maybe if I may translate to that area where I'm more knowledgeable. So within the European scope, the Council of Europe and national authorities are moving away from defamation laws and legislation. I think also in the UN this is echoed, that defamation laws are not particularly helpful. And because of the way it's often formulated and applied, and that's a problem. There are questions about now hate speech legislation, for example. And the Council of Europe has adopted a recommendation in 2022, CM recommendation 2022/16, if you want to check it out, on combating hate speech. And it specifically explains and argues why defamation laws are not up to the task to actually deal with hate speech. And hate speech is a real problem for societies. It undermines the rights of persons targeted or groups that are targeted, and undermines cohesion in communities. And I think well-crafted hate speech laws may function quite well, but well-crafted also means that we need to acknowledge the severity of hate speech. So you have hate speech that's clearly criminal, falls under criminal responsibility. And this should be a very restrictive understanding, so we should be very clearly defined, explained what we understand, which grounds are protected under this criminal law, hate speech under criminal law. Then you have other forms of hate speech that could be addressed through administrative law and civil law. For example, self-regulatory mechanisms with the media or political parties that have administrative law in place. And that is a less severe intervention when it comes to freedom of expression, Article 10 of the European Convention, for example. And it's this balancing act. And then we have other forms of hate speech that cannot be restricted through legislation, but still is harmful, so we need to address it. So I would really argue that taking inspiration from the recommendation, for example, to really engage in a national dialogue on reforming legislative situations and to really abide by a very narrow understanding of hate speech that falls under criminal law. And in the recommendation we also refer to international UN standards and conventions that specify what falls under that. And then other forms of reactions you could do, including non-legal measures, education, awareness raising, counter speech, etc. And this would be a much better response, and defamation laws should not be used in such a way. It can be very easily misused. Well-construed hate speech laws should help. There's also the work on SLAPs, strategic litigation, that might also give some guidance on what could be done to address misuse of legislation for silencing a group. So SLAPs, there's a recommendation on SLAPs, and that's quite an interesting document that could guide you in your work in that sense. Thank you. Naomi, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to perhaps share some insights of something parallel that we've dealt with at the level of protecting children from sexual abuse. So the convention is quite clear that professionals and all those that have a reasonable suspicion of sexual abuse in good faith should report it to the appropriate authorities, to like child protection authorities or police or whatever. But also that people who report in good faith should be protected from criminal or civil liability. So also to be protected against claims of defamation. And so actually the Lanzarote Committee is looking at this question at the moment, looking how to reinforce protections for professionals so that they can respect their duties of confidentiality, their obligations to keep information safe, but also their duties to protect children. And I think it's a really fine balancing act. But certainly, I think clear guidance from states and policymakers setting out the ways in which people can be, when they're denouncing something or reporting something, the ways that they should be protected from consequences can be very helpful as well.
Thank you, Naomi, for that addition. Just going to the Mentimeter, I see a few suggestions, several suggestions. Thank you for that. education, more education, content moderation, more research, and data privacy laws, working on safety at all levels, physical and the online space, and strengthen frameworks and their interpretation. So it's quite an array, but I see very much also education as mentioned by a few people. Thank you. I would like to open a second section of the discussion and going back to AI, because it's the big elephant in the room. AI I mean, it's the elephant in the room, and the question is if human rights standards are in the area, for example, of gender equality, non-discriminations, and the right of the child, are delicate porcelain that will soon encounter an elephant stampede, or are there actually opportunities by the use of AI, and should we not be so worried about the rights, human rights of these groups when it comes to the deployment of AI? Ivana, you already mentioned some aspects that, yeah, AI and human rights, they slowly come together. We need to be cautious, there are risks. But maybe there's some more to add, specifically in the area of non-discrimination and equality, also from your work in the expert committee.
Yeah, so...
Oxyvan, next slide. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so I think I mean, AI enables a lot of this. Not the question that we just had, for example, about human rights activists, and the same with journalists. No, there is also gender dimension of it, because what happens often is that it is women who are the ones that are targeted the most. And the elephant in the room is AI, because AI has made a lot of this very much available. Okay, so in the area of if you think about artificial intelligence and algorithmic decision making, now first we have to distinguish. It's very important. One is what is so-called discriminative AI, which is the machine learning, what we use more traditionally. I say traditionally, although it's not really traditional, but in that sense. So what is happening in that space, especially around algorithmic decision making, is that we are seeing women being, and especially at the intersection between gender, race, and other dimensions, we have seen often women being locked out of services, been discriminated against. It happened a lot, for example, with facial recognition. It happened a lot with banking services, education. Now, this is because AI needs data. Data is not neutral. Data is the mirror of society. Often the data comes from the Western world. Therefore, when this data then is deployed, it doesn't work, no?
It goes on and off. We can hear you, but it goes...
When and therefore, this bias exists because it exists in society. So there is, to an extent, there is little technological solution to a problem which is a societal problem. So we're seeing this bias. With generative AI, we have seen another set of issues, which is, of course, the bias in the language, in the sense that it doesn't work. Oh, maybe the other one.
Nope.
Thank you. In the sense that these products are also the product of the scraping of the web, which means taking language as it is, bringing a whole set of new issues, like the language that we are all talking about and learning from these tools. Is it inclusive or not? So I think there is an understanding that has become more mainstream around all of this, around the fact that discriminative AI and generative AI, and a combination of the two, can perpetuate and softwareize existing inequalities into systems that make decisions and predictions about tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
However, there is also a positive use of these tools that can be where we can leverage AI to try and address some of these systems. For example, leveraging big data to understand the root causes of these inequality. For example, understanding that there are links between discrimination or sectors and areas of discrimination, looking at big data that we wouldn't be able to look at through human eyes. Using artificial intelligence and algorithmic system to set a higher bar, or for example, how many women we want to work in a business, by manipulating the data. By manipulating the data, using synthetic data, by creating data sheets that enable us to improve the outputs. What I'm trying to say is that we can leverage AI and algorithmic decision making for the good if we have the political and social will to do so. Because if we leave it to the data alone, it's not going to happen, because data is simply representative of the world. And I think there is an understanding in the study on the challenges and opportunities that we've done. And I encourage everyone to read it. It's important because we provide an understanding of where bias comes from. The fact that this bias that is detrimental to women's human rights, to discrimination, that is dangerous. We provide with set of recommendations for states to say, how can we challenge this? How can we look at existing non-discrimination laws and see if they're fit for the age of AI? For example, if a woman is discriminated and is not getting access to a service because she is a woman and also black woman, okay, how are we going to ensure that this intersectional source of discrimination is addressed by existing non-discrimination law? And furthermore, who is going to have the burden of the proof? Because if the individual who is already vulnerable in the big problem that we have, which is the unspoken thing here, which is the asymmetry between us as individuals and the data and the extractivism and the complexity of what some call surveillance capitalism, right? In this big asymmetry, it can't be left to the most vulnerable to say, I am going to challenge this. So this also means that there have to be strong and regulation in place to make sure that the onus is on the company to provide the level of transparency, challengeability, and clarity and auditability of the systems that they're using, so that the onus is not just left on the individual to challenge, but these systems can be open to question by civic society, government, and institutions. Business can play a big part in here. So what I'm trying to say here is that AI can be used, and especially if I think about automated bots, responsibly automated bots, can be great in supporting public sector, private sector to develop and create AI which is inclusive. We can use AI, big data strategies to really understand where the bias may come from. We can look at big data analytics and really identify patterns of discrimination. Yeah? There is a lot that can be done in this space, but there has to be that willingness to do so. So I'm really hoping that in a space like this, we can, a document like that one that brings together can be leveraged beyond Council of Europe, because it's really important that we understand that existing legislation around discrimination law, privacy laws, may need to be looked at in order to be able to cater from the harms that come from algorithmic decision-making or generative AI.
Thank you very much, Ivana. That's quite an elaborate and detailed analysis of the challenges that lie ahead, but also the opportunities. There are opportunities and possibilities. Can I give the floor to Naomi, maybe from the perspective of the risk for children's safety and the use of AI?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the floor. So in terms of AI, the Lanzarote Committee has been paying particular attention to emerging technologies, especially over the last year or so. And the committee has actually recognised that artificial intelligence is being used to facilitate sexual abuse of children. So Ivana mentioned generative AI models. So we know that generative AI is being used to make images of sexual abuse of children. And also that large language models are being used to facilitate grooming of children online and identification of potential victims by perpetrators. Generative AI is also being used to alter existing materials of victims. I mean, I know of cases where a child has been identified and rescued, but the images of the abuse are still circulating online, and now AI is being used to alter the images of the abuse of this child that's been rescued to create new images of that child being abused in different ways. And then we also know that this is being used to generate completely fake images of a child, and that in some cases, those fake images of a child naked or being sexually abused are being used to coerce and blackmail the child, either into making images and videos of themselves. Sometimes it's being used to blackmail children in order to get contact details of their friends so that the perpetrator can have a wider group of victims. And in other cases, we know of fake images being used to blackmail children for financial gain. And so all of these different forms of blackmail and abuse of children have been recognised as a form of sexual extortion against children by the Lanzarote Committee. And Mena mentioned at the beginning of our session, the Lanzarote Committee held a thematic discussion on this issue actually in November, so just a few weeks ago in Vienna, and has adopted a declaration which sets out really some steps that states particularly can take to better protect children against these risks of emerging technologies, such as criminalising all forms of sexual exploitation and sexual abuse facilitated by emerging technologies. So looking at legislation, making sure regulation is in place, including AI-generated sexual abuse material, and also ensuring that sanctions are effective and proportionate to the harm caused to victims. So historically, we've seen sanctions in criminal codes being much lighter for example, for a child sexual abuse material offence where there's no contact with the victim, perhaps really looking at those codes to see if that's still effective and proportionate given the harm that we know is being caused to children today by these technologies. On the screen there, you have a link to a background paper that was prepared for the committee, which really explores in detail setting out the risks and the opportunities of these emerging technologies. And just to close, I wanted to mention that criminalising these behaviours is not enough. So the committee has also called on states to make use of these technologies. So as Ivana mentioned, there's also a great opportunity here to leverage these technologies to help us better identify and safeguard victims, and also to detect and investigate perpetrators. So this really requires cooperation with the private sector, especially as regards preserving and producing electronic evidence that can be then used in court across jurisdictions. And the Cybercrime Convention, the Second Option Protocol, also provides really useful tools that states can use to better obtain evidence. So I just wanted to close by saying we're really grateful to have this opportunity to share this with you. And we're really interested in exchanging further with those in the room about how to cooperate to better protect children. And perhaps just lastly to mention that the 18th of November is the annual awareness raising day about sexual abuse of children. And it's really an invitation to all of you to add that date to your calendars and to do something on the 18th of November each year to raise awareness about sexual abuse so that we can better promote and protect children's rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi, and also for mentioning the International Day, because it is awareness raising in education is a key part of resilience, but also being aware also for parents and others to support children that are in are possible targets. I'll soon give the floor again to the audience, but I just wanted to also give the floor to Claire on violence against women and AI. Ivana already addressed some of these points, but I'm sure Claire has some contributions also from the Grevio's perspective.
So yes, I I don't know if the slide is going to come up that I'd prepared, but it's actually just need to be very brief, because what I wanted to say follows on from Ivana and in fact refers to and provide the link to the report that she and Raffaele Zenidis wrote about, in fact, the opportunities of AI as well as the challenges, and particularly drawing out what states could be doing, and particularly things like reinforcing the rights and obligations around taking positive action in terms of using AI to eliminate inequalities and discrimination. But the one point I'll just add there is as well that Ivana's report refers to the possibility that into the future there will be other vulnerable groups that are not necessarily covered by existing anti-discrimination laws. And so we have to be very open to how experiences of inequality and discrimination might shift in the advent and the world of AI, and be alive to that and be ready to take steps to help protect those individuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Octavian, this next slide didn't come up. Maybe you could work on that. Because I think, yes, exactly. Because it's very important to encourage people to take a quick picture, because I think the report that Claire refers to is in particular, and Ivana also worked on and referred to, is particularly useful to understand the risks of AI when it comes to discrimination, but also, or particularly also to gender equality or violence against women, and the steps that can be taken. I think the point here is that there are new groups or new. We sometimes talk about grounds or characteristics that are particularly coming up because of the AI. Intersection of data or data points create new. How do you call it? References.
Yeah, algorithmic vulnerability.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
the point here is that you can have so when you think about non-discrimination laws, you think about specific grounds, right? You say you can't be discriminated because of this ground, religion, or whatever. Okay? The problem with AI is that the algorithmic discrimination, which is created by the AI itself, because it can identify, for example, can discriminate against somebody because they go on a particular website, or because at the intersection between going on a website and doing something else. This is big data, right? The algorithmic discrimination may not overlap with the traditional sources of discrimination, the grounds of discrimination. So there is a lack of overlap. So somebody may be discriminated for an algorithmic discrimination, which may not overlap with the traditional grounds that we've protected people for.
Yeah.
So this lack of overlap is what Claire is referring to, and this is something that we need to think, because we may need to look beyond the way that we've looked into discrimination law until now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to go back for a last round to the audience and also launch another little quiz with the Mentimeter. So I'll ask Octavian to change the screen to the Mentimeter. Octavian, can you manage? While Octavian is trying that out, maybe Charlotte, can I give you the floor first if there are any further comments or questions that came from the online audience?
Not just at the moment, no further questions or comments. But I have put the links to the documents that all the speakers have discussed in the chat. So if any participants want to find the links, they should all be there.
That's great. I take this opportunity to also mention everybody that's in the room. The recordings will be online later on the YouTube channel of the IGF, and there you can then also find all the links, because the chat will be also visible in the recordings. In that sense, Octavian, are you with us? Do you manage with the Mentimeter? Octavian? Yes, there you go.
Okay.
So it's the same quiz, but in case you lost connection, you can scan against the QR code and use the numbers. I see people registering again. Can I first question? So as I stated at the beginning, AI is the elephant stampede trampling over gender equality, non-discrimination, the rights of the child. Yes, no holding them back. The AI, of course. No, elephants are skillful animals, and human rights are not fragile, or maybe, but let's not just blame the elephants. Meanwhile, are there any questions in the audience in the room? Just checking quickly. Ah, there you go. Yes. Oh. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ivana and Naomi all mentioned collaboration. So, how can governments, civil society, tech companies more effectively collaborate to ensure that the online platforms are protecting and upholding rights?
And can I ask who you are?
Sorry, yes. I'm Mia McAllister. I'm from the US.
Great. Thank you. The question was to Claire and Ivana. Claire, would you like to start?
No, I'm happy Ivana's probably got more expertise in this particular aspect.
So thank you for the question. So there are several aspects here. First of all, there are a lot of there is responsibility coming from platforms and private sector, okay, which are very important. So, for example, I mean, if I think about the European Union, the DSA, which goes in that direction, content moderation, so there is an issue about, there is something about transparency, requiring openness, requiring auditability. So, for example, one of the provisions of the DSA is that data can be accessed, and I'll be brushing over things, but from researchers to then be able to understand what could be some of the sources of online hate or so so there is an onus that must be placed onto companies. That is important. There is AI literacy that needs to happen within education, in education settings. I always say we need people to develop a distrust by design as a way to grow with these technologies, but challenge them. We need to tell people that they have to challenge all of this. It's really important also to look at new regulation, but it's also very, in my view, important that we create safe environments for companies and governments together to experiment. So, for example, the sandboxes are very good. There are different kinds of sandboxes, regulatory, technical, but it's really important that companies, because there are some things that are very hard to tackle in this field, especially with generative AI. They are difficult, okay? Because some of the things can be odd with the very nature of generative AI. So having these sandboxes where you can have government, civic society to work together to look into these products, influence these products, I think this is really, really important. So I would push towards this kind of collaboration.
Thank you very much. Octavian, could you just launch the last question, just to gather some further thoughts on what can be done more to ensure human rights in the use of AI? I just wanted to ask if there's any other questions from the audience or online. No? Then while people answer this question, maybe a last word, recommendation for us to take forward. We have 2 minutes, minute left, so maybe Naomi, is there a last final word of wisdom?
Thank you. Yeah, I think just to reiterate again, I think the key is really collaboration and dialogue. So I think this is an excellent opportunity at the IGF to have this dialogue. For those that are interested in collaborating with the Lanzarote Committee, please do get in touch. Our details are on there. And we also regularly at the Council of Europe have stakeholder consultations in the context of developing our standards and recommendations. So please, tech companies, do engage with us, and let's have a constructive dialogue together to better protect human rights online.
Thank you, Naomi. Claire, last word of wisdom.
Yes, I think what we need to see is greater political prioritization of the need to move basically from the rhetoric to action. And that for me means demanding that the largest tech platforms actually act to ensure that we proactively reduce the harms online. There is a lot of very positive rhetoric, but we've yet to see an awful lot of action and actual change.
Thank you. Ivana?
Yeah, to me, it's very much breaking that innovation versus human rights versus privacy versus security versus safety argument. Sometimes we hear, it's like, as the one hand, there is the argument that we've got to innovate. We have to do it fast and quickly, and to do so, we may have to sacrifice. Well, that is an argument that doesn't stand. And this is Claire is right. This is where we need more action.
Yeah, we need to do all, and it's possible to do all through cooperation, clear standards, and clear commitment. Legal and non-legal measures. I think those are the key takeaways and the key words that I want to take forward. I thank my panelists, also my colleagues Charlotte and Octavian for the support. Thank you everyone for attending this session, and if there are any other questions, please be in touch with us through the forums on the Council of Europe website, or directly you have our details in the IGF web. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you technical team for all the support.
Now you crash into the desert.
Yes, I do.
Can we go into the airport?
Hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 1, 2, 2, 3. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 2. Hey.
Is there any?
Welcome.
Yeah, it's also Thursday afternoon. Yeah. So one mic, but it's only just Benga Yumi. It's only three of us in person.
Okay, you can use the mic.
But there's get up and how? Can you check the mic? Because I think during the week there was some difficulties in mic. Can you check and oh. I open this? Hello? Can you hear me? No? Oh. Hello? Hello? Okay. Channel 1.
That's what you're talking about. Yeah,
Hello? Hello?
it's just more of a so that's why I mean I normally okay, but I guess nearly every time is there a problem. So that's why I like even if you go to that, it gets
Your audience is full.
I have so thankful it's not. Yeah. Yeah. I work actually with the Geneva office, but I work remotely in Amman and Jordan for a long time, 1.5 years. Yeah. Have you been to?
Not yet, we want to.
It's very nice.
Nice programs. And there's 10 minutes.
Hello, bonjour everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, Olivier.
Bonjour Olivier.
Yeah. Hi, Flo. Okay, so it's starting to work.
Should we have our video switched on already, or?
Oh, just to test it by now, just to be sure that it's working. After we're going to wait a bit more. Eugene, hi.
Hi,
Hi,
Eugene.
Lucy. Hi, Florian. Nice to see you both.
Great to see you.
Is the mic okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear my mic? Yeah.
And yeah. Can
Okay, I guess that we still need to give the mic to Marek. He just called me because he's going to be a speaker.
sorry. Can someone mute me? I can't.
Devi, can you hear me?
Has an issue. She's trying to see how to mute the Zoom when she needs to. So she's not in with her mic.
Sorry. No, it's not.
Marek, it's working for you?
Yes, it's great. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay.
Hello to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so I can see you on the video. So, okay. Can still wait for 2 minutes.
Cannot.
In the room, can you listen to us? It's working.
Hello. Hello. Olivia, can you? Hello.
Hello.
Olivia. Oh, Olivia, you can hear. You can hear.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm just wondering, the room can hear us. It's working fine.
Yes, I can hear you, Olivier.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they're just trying to mute my laptop. And I think Marek now has the mic and camera as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we missing anyone in the room, or we are all here? Paradigms Initiative, I don't know if
Yeah,
he's...
Benga. I'm not sure if Benga is here yet. No.
Okay.
No.
Ah, il est là. He's here. Hello.
You want to say hello? Sorry?
No, that's a mic. The mic is with you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was room 2. I was there as well.
Oh.
I think they changed. Yeah, I was at room 2 as well. Uh, yep. Okay. So, good afternoon in Riyadh and good morning, good night, wherever everyone is. We're happy to introduce you all to this session today on building trust with technical standards and human rights. We all recognize in this IGF on the multi-stakeholder approach that there is a real need to have a strong rights-based approach to technical standarding. And here we have today, and we're very happy to introduce quite a number of good experts in the room from civil society, government, and corporate perspective as well. I will now just hand over to Olivier to give an initial introduction.
Thanks a lot, and good afternoon and good morning to all colleagues and friends. So it's a great honor to welcome you to this important session. So it's co-organized by Czech Republic, ITU, and OHEHR. And today we come together to address the critical questions and how can we include human rights in technical standards for emerging technologies to build trust in our digital future. At ITU, we understand that technical standards are the invisible foundation of our connected world, and traditionally standards have been focused on two goals, technical accuracy and commercial success. And today we must add a third essential dimension, the human rights perspective. So this new approach requires us to ask important questions. It's about how to protect privacy and data, how to ensure freedom of expression and access to information, how do we guarantee non-discrimination and inclusivity. So addressing this question is vital to build the trust that ensure emerging technology are widely adopted and serve everyone. So what does this matter now? Technology like AI, Internet of Things, Metaverse offer incredible opportunity, but they also create challenges. And without clear guidance, this technology can unintentionally harm the very rights that aim to protect. That's why collaboration is so important, and this type of panel is very important. And for example, the Freedom Online Coalition delivered recently its joint statement explicitly linking technical standard and human rights. The recent ITU resolution on Metaverse, it's a milestone also. It was 2 months ago. It is the first to explicitly reference human rights. And our partnership with OHCHR is also key, and with human rights specialists, and to the commitment to implement the Global Digital Compact by turning human rights principles into technical guidance. So thanks a lot for your attention. I look forward to today's conversation and to working together to ensure technology serves humanity's best interest. So I'm giving you back the floor. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Olivia. And to speak to these issues, we have 5 different speakers today, and I'm very happy to introduce them. Marek Janowski, First Secretary for Cyber Diplomacy at the Permanent Mission of the Czech Republic in Geneva, is joining us online. Shirani de Klerk, Expertise France economist, seconded at the Saudi Ministry of Digital Technology on site next to me. Eugene Kim, my colleague from OHHR in Geneva, joining us online as well. Thanks, Eugene, for joining. And Benga Sasan, Executive Director of Paradigm Initiative on my right. And finally, but not last, Florian Osman, Director of AI Governance and Regulatory Innovation at Alan Turing Institute, who's also joining us online. So let's kick off the discussion, starting off with Marek. So the first question we wanted to throw to you, just to hear your thoughts, is how can international cyber diplomacy efforts promote the inclusion of human rights in the development of technical standards for emerging technologies?
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Greetings from Geneva, from the Czech Permanent Mission. I'm glad to be here with you, with the expert community. I will try to be brief. I hope not to exceed much time. So if I am too long, please don't hesitate to stop me. I've got a few points and some questions. So to your question, actually the diplomatic cyber community, what we can do actually is to keep raising awareness to these matters. These matters of linking human rights and the development of the standards is not a self-standing issue. It's actually linked to, let's say, a broader international relations and how new and emerging technologies change these international relations. So we're not talking about a vacuum. It's a link. It's a change of, let's say, environment that we live in as humans and as societies. So that is one of the reasons why I think the diplomatic communities globally start to take interest and raising interest in these matters. So just by way of introduction, I wanted to just point that. I think the first thing I would like to mention is the attention we need to pay to the whole cycle of new emerging technologies, of their development. What we're working on here with ITU specifically and the OICHR colleagues is one of the points in the cycle. It's standard development, standardization, but there's also inception. There's also the use, development, and also disposal of technologies, that the other phases that need to be, let's say, heeded. And so we're now talking to you, to the expert audience. I think that you have experience with the other ones as well. The third element I'd like to mention is that it's important for us, for diplomatic cyber community, or let's say new tech people working in diplomacy, is to try to break the silos between specifically the experts working on human rights, such as the High Commissioner's office in Geneva or elsewhere as well, and specific bodies such as ITU or ISO or IEC, etc., or IEEE. It's important that the ITU is not the only game in the town, and there are others that can join the efforts and need to join the efforts in order for the tech and the digital transformation to be a success. Another point I would like to mention is the importance of youth. I'd like to actually just point out that young people, they're actually even in Riyadh now, NGOs and others, they make a crucial part in this. So I would be actually quite happy to hear from them what they think about this important link. And the maybe one of the other point is, and this is the question I wanted to basically raise, is how the IGF could help to actually advance this, because the diplomatic community is one thing, but we need a wholesale approach to a change of paradigm in how we actually perceive the development and use of the new and emerging technologies. I think this is key, that not only diplomatic communities, but others join in this effort, and each of us will play a role in making this a success. Because I don't think that once we decided to follow this path of digital transformation, we don't have much choice but to try to make it safe and human rights based. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marek. That was a really good overview, actually, of the multi-stakeholder approach, and maybe also zooming down now to the Saudi Arabia experience. I'd like to ask Shirani specifically on the work that you've been doing in Riyadh concerning non-discrimination. What are the use cases illustrating the impact of technology biases in Saudi Arabia, and what solutions have you seen being implemented here to address those challenges?
Thanks again for inviting me in this great panel. In our ministry, in the ministry where I work in, we have a technology foresight department. For their monthly meeting, someone in their team tests the latest apps on the market, and these days mostly the AI, Gen AI, and presents its pros and cons during a meeting. One occurring theme that has been observed is the biases within these applications. A simple example: when you ask a Gen AI model to depict a traditional Saudi family, you sometimes end up having a Saudi woman with a men's tobe. We also have other stereotypes, but today just take on to this image issue. So is it really a big deal to be represented falsely or misrepresented? Well, in the digital world, an entire minority could be falsely represented or even erased. Erased from, for example, an AI-assisted recruitment process. So it could become a big issue in the long run. So bias in AI systems often stems from how data is collected and how models are trained. But improving the fairness of AI requires more than just diversifying the data sets. While ensuring the data reflects the full range of appearance and cultural practice in Saudi Arabia is crucial, we must also design AI systems that don't automatically discard what they deem unusual. So equally important is the composition of the development team. Inclusive teams representing various backgrounds and experiences are more likely to recognize blind spots and feed algorithms with data that genuinely reflects their populations. So what do we do in these situations? In 2023, the Saudi Data and AI Authority, which is SADAYA, issued an AI ethics principle aimed at guiding organizations in the responsible use of their technologies. And recently, in September 2024, SADAYA issued the AI adoption framework designed in a use case-driven methodology, a very flexible approach. There's another issue on language. Have you ever heard of the principle of linguistic relativity? So it says that the way people think of the world is influenced directly by the language that people use to talk about it. While 7% of internet users are Arabic as its native speakers, only 0.8% of internet content is in Arabic. So model trained on modern standard Arabic fails to understand regional dialects. So research shows that customizing models to local language variation significantly improves the accuracy. For example, ArabBERT, an Arabic-focused language model, boosts dialect identification accuracy from about 84% to 92%, simply by incorporating more dialect-specific data. In doing so, we not only improve technology's effectiveness, but also ensure that the digital world genuinely represents Saudi linguistic and cultural richness. So it's very important for us. Thank you.
Annie. Now switching gears to also Eugene, maybe you could speak a bit more to what are the critical risks that OHHR sees emerging from these technologies on a broader level. We heard Shirani speak to the Saudi Arabian perspective and more maybe at the global trends that we've been observing from the office. Thank you.
Thanks so much, and thank you for this question. It's great to see some familiar faces online and on site. So to start, I would mention again our report that we had published last year on the relationship between human rights and technical standards and in relation to digital technologies. So to recap, on one hand, the report showed that how technical standards are relevant to the enjoyment of human rights. For instance, stressing that many standards define processes and actions that directly respond to certain human rights related concerns. So to be more concrete, some examples include standards on privacy by design, privacy risk assessment, management, perhaps accessibility standards on the web, for example, which allow people with impaired vision to navigate and access the internet. So the ways in which these standards that I've mentioned as an example are the way they're designed are important to protecting the right to privacy, for example, freedom of expression and association, non-discrimination, and the right to life. In essence, across the whole spectrum of human rights, although I've only listed just a few rights here. And let's look at a few more recent examples. The Internet Engineering Task Force has done a great amount of work around this. And right now, they're currently discussing an internet protocol related to AirTags and gender violence. So the working group on DULT, DULT stands for Detecting Unwanted Location Trackers Accessory Protocol. So this protocol is being discussed in ITF to protect people against being unknowingly tracked. And it's discussing a real issue in a way, that tackles gender domestic violence cases to create a standard that allows the AirTags to communicate with Bluetooth devices so that the person being tracked can detect and discover the hidden tag. So, and on the other side, I would say our report showed that the risks related to the standard development, for example, standards that define technical features that are necessary for digital infrastructures functioning, have particular relevance for human rights. As we have seen, the Transmission Control Protocol and HTTP So in this case, the weakness or lack thereof, or lack of encryption in these protocols can facilitate mass surveillance programs that systematically undermine the right to privacy and facilitate targeted surveillance both by the state and by non-state actors. So there have, of course, been some really important resolutions recently from the UN General Assembly, Human Rights Council, and our reports, of course, on human rights and technical standards. But other reports that we have issued, for example, on internet shutdowns, the right to privacy in the digital age, stress the risks that relate to new and emerging technologies. And other reports such as the use of AI in border management by law enforcement, which gets into the use of AI, for example, facial recognition technologies, real-time and disproportionate impacts that it has. And I think one important thing to note is the lack of transparency, which has really been the undertone in the development and design and the use of AI. And this really, the lack of transparency and thus the lack of accountability has really led to some harm and increased risks to human rights. And let me just conclude now that while technical standards can have an important role in creating conditions that are conducive to exercising human rights, clearly there are cases and risks posed to human rights by the way standards are designed, but also the way they are deployed. So this is why we really need to put human rights at the center and front of digital technologies and the standards that underpin them. And we have to make sure that standard setting processes really rest on multi-stakeholder principles and become as transparent, inclusive, and open as possible. Thank you.
And so we heard from both Eugen and Shirani and also Marek on the importance of having voices from marginalized communities and minorities also involved in this process. And Marek mentioned also a change in paradigm, so it's good to have someone from Paradigm Initiative here. I'm sure you heard that many times before. So Venga, how can civil society organizations influence the technical standard setting processes and include voices that are traditionally excluded in the room?
Thank you. I definitely heard paradigm mentioned, and I've been hearing that all week, so that's great. It's good to know that our brand is spreading. Just very quick things, and I've organized my response in under 5 Ps because then it makes it easier to remember. And the first is prioritization. It's important for civil society to prioritize participation in conversations around technical standards. And I say that because for many years, even myself and a few colleagues, had conversations around, is it worth it? Because it's expensive to participate, and you need to decide. And that is where you begin to ask yourself the question that what is the connection between human rights and these technical standards? And then thanks to the Office of the High Commissioner, your report and some of the conversations we've had have helped in terms of painting that picture that if you don't have the conversations at the design stage and the standards are set, you will then end up with fighting the fires eventually. The second is participation. Because it's one thing to complain that there are issues, but it's another thing to participate and to bring knowledge to the table. And I think this is really important because when you bring knowledge to the table, you may just be presenting a side of the conversation that people have not even considered at all. And we see that in our work when, for example, we have conversations with security agencies or with the judiciary, that what the knowledge we bring to the table about human rights, about digital rights, are obviously not what they discuss every day. So it's helpful for them to see that. The third is partnership. I said earlier today in one of the sessions that we need to see the spirit of multi-stakeholderism in government delegations. It's not just about governments being in the room and then civil society is in the room, but even the sense of government. So government is a representation of the people. So governments need to start going for technical standards conversations with civil society, with businesses that I believe they already go with, and with of course, they don't have a choice with the technical community, so that there's a partnership that brings in all of these elements, which then brings me to my fourth point, which is people. Because at the end of the day, my suspicion and the reality is that the services that will use the standards are focused on markets. The market is made up of people. Markets are made up of people. So if the people are not at the center of the experience, it's like the UX. You're building a user experience. And I think that civil society has a unique opportunity to bring user, lived experience to the table of these conversations. We were talking about internet fragmentation, and we got all technical until we stepped back and said, wait a second, how does fragmentation affect the internet user? And that was very helpful. And of course, finally, is the process itself. I was glad to hear Eugene mention earlier something about privacy by design. This is where we need to begin to have conversations about processes such that anything, basically talking about human rights by design. So it's not human rights consideration. It is the fact that human rights, because it is people focused, is at the center of the entire process. It's at the center of the conversation that we're having about technical standards.
Chwengo, yeah, those are very important points, and I'm now going to turn to Florent to speak about how to make that actually effective, to actually incorporate the human rights perspective into the technical standard processes, and where you see the challenges in this. Yeah, the tough question comes to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. It's great to be part of this discussion. So I'll be speaking from the perspective of our work at the Alan Turing Institute, which is the UK's National Institute for AI, and an initiative that we set up a couple of years ago called the AI Standards Hub. I'll say more about that later if I get a chance. But just to say, our work is focused on AI rather than digital technologies more broadly, but I think a lot of the considerations apply more broadly as well. I think I won't go into too much detail on why AI raises human rights implications. I think that's already been eloquently set out by my previous colleagues on the panel. But just to illustrate, as we've heard, there are privacy implications. AI can have implications for physical safety. Of course, important questions around non-discrimination, due process when AI is used in legal or administrative processes, and important questions around surveillance, just to name a few important human rights aspects. So it's very clear that AI raises human rights questions. Now the question is, why is it important for human rights to be considered in the context of standardization for AI? I think one important thing to emphasize here is that standardization, we've seen over the last couple of years, is increasingly being looked at as a tool for AI governance, often through important links between regulation and standards. So in the EU context, for example, there's a very important and direct link between the enforcement and implementation of the AI Act and the standards that are being developed at the European level. So standards aren't just a standalone tool, but they do have important links to sort of the broader landscape and are considered increasingly, an enabler for AI governance more broadly. And that's why it's important, I think, and absolutely critical that human rights considerations are part of standardization. Otherwise, standards won't be able to play that overall enabling role. One thing that I also wanted to briefly sort of emphasize or highlight is the importance to think about the use of technology rather than just properties of systems, because I think that's an important shift to some extent if you think about traditional domains of standardization, where standards are primarily about properties and specifications for systems. That is very important in the AI context, as it is everywhere. But as we've heard already, some of the most critical human rights related impacts in the AI context may be associated with the use of systems, regardless of whether their properties meet certain specifications. And so again, that's something where I think standardization needs to broaden its scope if standards are meant to play this broad role of governance enablers, and think about the use rather than just properties of systems. Now, to the second part, what are the main challenges for including human rights expertise in standards development? I think at a high level, sort of 2 points. The first one is that we are dealing with two different cultures. If you think about the standardization community and the human rights community, there are different conceptual frameworks at play, different languages, and different cultures of collaborating. The second one is a simple point about simply being different communities. So the people involved in standardization traditionally are separate from the group of people who traditionally focused or have a professional focus on human rights and human rights due diligence. Now, the fact that there are these different communities means that stakeholders that have expertise in human rights and human rights due diligence are not particularly familiar in many cases with standardization as a field, and that creates obstacles for them to actively engage. It starts with the fact that the space is very complex. There's a wide range of standards development organizations. They each have their own rules for participating. So it's difficult to understand, what are the most important developments, what are the most important standards projects, and then how do I get involved in those, given that there are different rules. Secondly, obstacles around skills. So skills and knowledge about how does the standards development process work. Knowledge about what are different types of standards. There's a very common misconception, I think, around the notion of technical standards. We tend to avoid using the term technical standards because it tends to imply the content of standards developed in organizations like the ITU, ISO, by necessity is particularly technical. That is the case for some standards. It's not the case for all standards, and that often creates misunderstandings. And then as a last point, of course, it has to be mentioned that there are important challenges around resourcing, as has already been mentioned by previous speakers as well. It's important to recognize, I think, that if you think about the multi-stakeholder approach to standards development, certain stakeholder groups have a business case for being involved in standards development. Industry is the obvious example for that. Important pockets of human rights expertise, are to be found outside of industries, especially in civil society space. And it's much more difficult for civil society organizations to find the resources and make the business case for being involved. That is changing. The awareness is changing, but the challenge of finding the resources remains the same so far.
Thank you so much, Florian. I think at this point we'd like to open the discussion to the floor and check if anyone would have any questions you would like to pose to our speakers here. Sorry, apologies. I think, maybe it's the time of the day, but maybe we can then move on to also other questions that we had for the speakers. And maybe putting Marek back online, what role do you envision that the Czech Republic plays for governments in ensuring, standards align with the multi-stakeholder process and also include human rights perspective in development?
Yeah, many thanks again. On this national perspective, I'd like to just maybe refer very quickly to what I have already mentioned at the beginning of the panel. It's the silos breaking. If we are to succeed, we need to make sure that people actually communicate. So the experts on both sides find a way to respect one another and do not disregard one another in terms of some kind of a joint work. I think it sounds banal, but it proved to be a very difficult thing to do from a diplomatic perspective. So that's maybe one point. Again, breaking the silos, that's what the Czech Republic in the EU does. Not alone, because we would not have been able to do it, but we try to foster the even cross-regional, let's say, dialogue. So as we have heard before, we need to talk, for example, the EU needs to talk with African countries because we're actually facing some of the joint or challenges in this ever-increasing digital world. Linguistically, for example, as we have heard before, it's the same issue. And I have to subscribe to the previous speaker saying that once we expose to a different language, we think about a different language, we of course are subconsciously change the way we perceive the world. That's for sure. But there are other things which are similar to that, which actually are influencing our brains and thoughts. I'll probably come back to that. Another point maybe worth mentioning outside of the outreach, which we want to foster, also here actually through you guys. Again, the IGF would need to play a bigger role in this. And seriously, the Czech Republic would like to actually, not to task, but to ask the IGF to be of a help in this specific area of work, because we think that we need more opinions, more, let's say, recommendations from you, because you're the experts that can actually help. Be it the governments, be it the civil society organizations, be it researchers, be it the private companies who are there. That brings me to the point of private companies. I think this is also one of the ways or elements that the Czech Republic is trying to foster. That's why we're extremely grateful for the OACHR's project BTEC that is being at least run in Geneva. I think it would benefit from a worldwide coverage as well, just trying to talk to not only the big tech, but trying to talk to the emerging and the SMEs, again, to the young people who are actually driving companies who are at the, let's say, frontier development of these applications, because basically the world is going to be theirs, and they need to step up and to tell us how to do it as well, not only to develop, but develop in a responsible way. So I would end there, and maybe just to say a few remarks, if I may, to the previous conversation. It's interesting to focus on standardization and on the use. I agree, but maybe a question to the audience or to the other colleagues. When we talk about new technologies such as neuroscience and other things, other applications which are going to be directly, which are already directly focusing on our brain activities, on our thoughts, how can we improve the users' capacities and skills? In my view, there's no way. It needs to be already, let's say, clean and responsible from the inception part. The systemic proprieties need to be done in a good way, in a responsible way. I don't think that the user who is being swarmed by countless of applications and Internet of Things, connectivity, etc., is going to be able to focus on responsible usage and skills only. I think just from a daily usage perspective, there's no way. So again, the inception and the first phases of the development cycle are extremely key to get it right. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Marek. We have a lady in the room who would love to ask a question at this point, so we'll just pass the mic.
First of all, thank you so much for this insightful discussion. And let me allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mizna Tregi, and I am the representative for the Saudi Green Building Forum, which is an organization committed to sustainable development and also fostering innovative principles. Now, the discussion highlighted critical gaps in how human rights are considered in technical standards for emerging innovations. Despite the rapid advancement, overlooking these principles exposes marginalized groups to risks such as discrimination, privacy violations, and lack of transparency. Now, this challenge is further compounded by limited involvement of diverse stakeholders, which threatens to create unsafe and uninclusive technological environment. Now, to address these issues, there is a pressing need to ensure active participations from all sectors in the development of these technical standards. By integrating a human rights-based approach, we can design the systems that prioritize transparency, fairness and accountability. Also, strengthening collaborations between public and private sector and civil society is equally crucial to ensure these standards reflect the needs of all communities. Now, moving forward, actionable steps include creating a human rights guide to align technical standards with principles like equality, equity, and justice. Also, we can establish a robust multi-stakeholder platform that can foster the exchange of experiences and expertise and also best practices, while regular human rights impact assessments will ensure alignment with sustainable development goals. Now, my question is, how can we create a scalable models for integrating human rights into technical standards without slowing the pace of innovation, as well as how can we involve, as His Excellency said, the private sector to implement these standards? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry. That was a really good question. I would just invite anyone in the room to come in on that, because I think you raised multiple points that actually spoke to all of the speeches of the panelists today. So anyone who wants to respond? Sure. Banga, maybe?
Thanks. That's a fantastic question, actually, because one of the reasons I say it's fantastic is because it actually takes us to the center of innovation. The question is how do we ensure standards are human rights compliant without slowing down the pace of innovation? And I think it's important to say this. Innovation is about improving experiences, right? Improving experiences, making services better, and doing things in different ways. And at the center of innovation are the people who interact with these experiences. And the whole sense of human rights is basically saying we want to make sure that the rights of those who engage with these platforms, who interact with these experiences, is respected. A very simple example that I would love to give is internet shutdowns. If we bake the fact that shutdowns are not allowed, which is now part of GDC, all countries have now agreed, 29D, that there, no shutdowns. That itself doesn't slow down the improvement of the internet, but it accelerates it. It means that people can use it, people can give feedback, people can have an experience of the entire and not fragmented internet. So thanks for asking that, because it actually, takes us to the point of why human rights conversations are also helpful with technical standards, because they actually promote the sense of innovation. It's now about the people. It's not about the person creating the tool, but about the user experience and how their rights are respected.
Can you hear us okay? Because I'm just seeing from the chat that the audio from the room apparently is a bit low for participants online. Please do continue to type in the chat, and we will try to get this sorted. Thanks, Godsway. I wanted to see if anyone else was interested in responding to the question that was posed. But if not, then I might actually move on, because two questions, both to Eugene and to Shirani, that were directly linked to what you actually raised, which was for Shirani, in Saudi Arabia, you spoke about the challenges that of the inclusion of minorities and marginalized communities. What are the financial and social implications do you think that need to be tackled to tackle this issue?
Really responds to something you approached, one of your questions, the dilemma between financial revenue and ethical, social values, traditional values. So it's always a dilemma everywhere, whatever country it is, and you always have to balance both of them. So I just took 2 or 3 examples, and there's no answer, of course, because we don't know. So. So one of the projects, in the race to be an AI leader, we have projected to contribute to 5.1. The AI is projected to contribute to 5.1 of the $1 billion to GDP by 2030. So there are many projects, and one of them that I identified is the Gaia Accelerator. So supported by Sadaya and NTDP. So it has invested $160 million to fund 120 AI startups in Saudi. So while these startups promise economic returns, in the implementation of SADA's AI ethic principle that has been deployed 2023 and the framework last year, it's going to slow down the whole process. We have an objective, it's KPIs, where the companies have to become future unicorns. So that's our main objective. But on the other side, there are principles that comes in and which says that this has to be by design. You have to include ethical values in it. Why do you do it and how do you do it? The others are like unbiased data sets with financial constraints. So you know about the ALAM, the Arabic language model, which has been developed by Saudi Arabia. It addresses it addresses biases often found in global LLMs like GTP4 that poorly represents Arabic dialects. So while LLM bridges this gap, expanding such initiatives it costs enormously. So what do you fund? These kind of languages or a future unicorn that makes you proud? And something else which is more difficult to discuss about is like native platform. It has 1.8 million daily digital verification users. Or Taba Kalam, you say it like that, right? Taba Kalam, Kalam, yeah, Kalma. It's just developed during the COVID period. Kelna, sorry for the pronunciation. It has 19.9 million users. 17.9 million users, which is enormous. So on one side, you need data to reduce biases. Sorry, on one side, you need data to reduce biases. And on the other side, there's the privacy law. Saudi Arabia has published, I think in 2023, the PDLP, which is the equivalent to the GDPR, to protect data privacy in Saudi Arabia. So the real question is the same as yours. How do you classify and prioritize what is the most important thing for a country? I suppose it depends on the time period of your economic situation, where you're situated, because not all countries will face the same problematic at the same time. And I'm really for the agile method. No standardization can be deployed on one shot. I think you have to try, adjust, and I have this feeling that the SADA's AI framework, ethical framework, has this methodology, very agile. That means you test with a use case methodology, and if it works, you improve and implement it one by one. Thank you.
Thanks, Irani. Actually, just building on that point, and also the fact that our kind participant raised earlier about principles and standards that are already there on human rights principles. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we have another question, so I'll pause and please feel free to speak.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm sitting on the wrong side of the room. So I had a question about blockchain standards making and multilateralism in that. So we did a project. I'm from India. I worked on a project. It was an Indo-Australian project. We started working on blockchain standards. And it was a 3-year project. And by the end of it, we were just looking at what the involvement in standardization processes for multilateral forums was. So we worked with BIS and then Standards Australia, but then we also worked on like an international level. And the problem that we found was that most people just didn't participate in standardization processes, not because they didn't know that it was important, but because it's not practically feasible. So I think that it's important to get like a civil society approach and then like from small and medium enterprises, but contributing to standards conversations, which is something that we've also attempted to do, is an extremely resource and time-intensive process. It's something that requires significant upselling. You have to upskill yourself. You have to spend a lot of time working on these things. It's also something that you don't actually get paid for. So most of us do it in addition to the work that we do. So in that context, unless like even when we did conclude our project, we came up with like a roadmap of how potentially standards organizations could get people more invested in the standards making process. But I think unless there's like significant incentives being offered, which some governments are doing, but a majority of them can't really do, That's not something that's very likely to change. A large organization could potentially devote some people to participate in standards conversation. Small and medium enterprises just can't afford it. Civil societies can't really afford it. It requires a lot of expertise. It requires a lot of time. In that kind of, unless like standards making conversation drastically changes in the next 2 years where it becomes possible to contribute without that much investment, I'm not sure how a multilateral conversation on standards would really work out.
That's a really important point, and I do recognize Florian spoke a bit to this before. So yeah, Florian, please come in to respond.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe, I'll just briefly come in also because I need to drop out in 5 minutes, I'm afraid. I think it's a really important, point. We don't work on blockchain, but I think the point applies more generally, really, when it comes to civil society involvement in standards development for emerging technologies. I just thought I'd briefly say, sort of give some examples of what we've done. Sort of, I think that the problem really needs to be addressed at different layers. So one thing we've done in the AI space with the AI Standards Hub is to build a database of standards projects that are under development. That's something that didn't exist before. And so, there's a real challenge at a very foundational level for organizations that aren't familiar with the space of understanding, tracking what is going on, across the large number of SDOs that are active in the space, and then to be able to decide what is the standards project that's, with my limited resources, is the one that I should be focused on and engaging. So, that's an example for how we try to contribute to solving that in the AI space through that kind of database that tracks those developments. Secondly, to your point on skills and upskilling, so we've developed a range of e-learning materials, and we also have occasional in-person events. Some of those are not AI specific, so it might be useful if you're interested to take a look. We have several sort of e-learning modules on, how the standardization process works and the role of different SDOs, for example. Then lastly, and I think that's sort of probably the most important point and where the most value lies, the biggest difference can be made, is thinking about ways for lowering the barrier to participating and contributing to standards development. So traditionally, of course, the way to contribute is to join a committee, right? Whatever committee that is. In some organizations, if it's ISO or IEC or Sensenelec, it's through the Mirror Committee at the national level. In other cases, it's the study group directly, like in the ITU. But it's a formal process, and it's quite a time commitment, right? That can be quite daunting, and many organizations may feel they're unable to commit to joining a committee. So we've been trying to experiment with ways of lowering that barrier in collaboration with SDOs, for example, with Sensenelec and the working group chairs, to create spaces through workshops, for example, that sort of on a one-off basis provide an opportunity for interested organizations, especially those that struggle. So we have a dedicated work stream to civil society for civil society organizations, look at a project that's under development and give targeted input on certain questions that the committee can then consider in the committee's work. And I think that's something we've had a lot of positive feedback on, and we'll try to do more of. We'll actually probably have a workshop for civil society organizations to feed into European standards for risk management for AI in February. So anyone who's interested, please take a look at our website. We've been very, pleased and are sort of proud of our partnership with Eugene and colleagues from OHCHR, having done a couple of events together. And we'll also be working together on a summit that the AI Standards Hub will be hosting in March. You'll find more information on that. A global summit on AI standardization, where sort of civil society inclusion will be a really important focus.
Much, Florian. I just want to also share with the room a comment in the chat from Gopal. In my humble opinion, it's best to have responsibilities before rights. Making responsible citizens, now netizens, is crucial to building trust using technology standards. We need a trust layer lower than the network layer in the ISO OSI reference model. So thanks, Gopal. I think it's also related to the question to be asked to Eugene, because as you speak about responsibilities before rights. Eugene, could you speak a bit more on the project, the BTEC project that encourages companies to actually meet the responsibilities that they have to protect the rights of individuals as well?
Sure, and I'm really glad to hear from my other colleagues, on the panel here on, the challenges that non-technical community, the CSO, for example, face, which is, I think, really important to tackle. And just to note that it's really, we understand, standard development takes time. It's a complex and challenging environment. So really, we need all stakeholders involved in a continued effort in a collaborative manner to make sure that human rights are front and center to tech standards development. So it's not, it's not something that we can flick on a switch or flick it off to make things happen. So I think also it really highlights the importance of a panel that we have here today with, diverse participants on this panel. So I think I will focus a bit more, like you said, on the BTEC project and the role of companies, and perhaps outline some of our next steps in the coming year. So the role of the tech companies is something in the standard setting space is something we would really like to stress and emphasize a bit more next year. We already engage with them, with tech companies through our BTEC project, which was mentioned, which focuses on the role of tech companies and how they can operationalize the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. So within this BTEC project, our office has been able to provide or has been able to discuss how to foster business conduct responsibly when it comes to AI, provided practical guidance to tech companies, so operationalizing the UNGPs, for example. And recently we have we published a foundational paper on generative AI, and also a taxonomy of human rights risks connected to generative AI. So this is really some of the examples and our more recent outputs we have in order to provide guidance to tech companies. And I'm happy to share a link where you can access these resources and the work that we have done so far. But the challenge now is really looking at how to engage meaningfully with companies on technical standards of human rights, because tech companies are a stakeholder group that is really crucial to stay engaged, because they take part in standard setting processes, and sometimes in various fora, they're the one driving some of this tech standards development. And so human rights due diligence is a key element. I think that should be highlighted. So human rights due diligence for both companies and for standard setting organizations. And in order for us to raise awareness vis-a-vis tech companies and also for standard development organizations, we will be conducting some consultations next year to better understand their view and how to better engage with them, and better meaning more effectively. And this really, again, brings us to the importance of participation and multi-stakeholderism. It's already been noted, but the challenge really is on getting non-technical communities involved. When I say that, it's civil society organizations, it's academia, but also noting the disparity in participation for various reasons between the global north and the global majority. And also I think so I heard from the floor as well from other panelists that we need to have more SMEs. I think Mark had mentioned this. The importance is also not just engaging with big tech, but looking at the ecosystem, right? We also need to be engaging with young entrepreneurs who are really at the frontiers of tech development, and also small and medium-sized enterprises. So I hope this is clear. I mean, there is enormous benefit to multi-stakeholder participation. Gabenga mentioned this, but it's really important to bring in a perspective, side of conversation that maybe no one in the room has heard before. And that's really the value add of multi-stakeholder participation in developing technologies and standards that serve everybody. And in this sense, I would like to emphasize that IGF, the Internet Governance Forum, has been an important venue to discuss in a multi-stakeholder setting, human rights and technical standards, but a host of other issues in this space. And that said, I think we're now arriving at such a critical juncture, right, with the steps to implementing the Global Digital Compact, the review of the multi-stakeholder model at the WSIS Plus 20 next year. So let me finish on a note by saying that in the GDC, if you look at line 58 in the adopted text, it places a great importance on human rights in relation to tech standards. It explicitly refers to AI standards that must respect human rights. So we must also emphasize the importance of this forum to continue to discuss how to develop and deploy technical standards that can be human rights respecting and that will foster more public trust in different technologies. So thank you so much.
And that was a really good summary of the whole thing. And also at the end of the day, we are here at IGF and we hope to discuss this conversation at the next IGF in Norway. So it's been great to have all of you online. I would like to maybe call upon Olivier if you had final words. I've been told that we have 2 minutes left and so we might get kicked out of the room. But Olivier, please do come in.
Thanks a lot. No, it was a very interesting conversation, and thanks a lot for all being here. So, of course, technical standard has to be human rights enablers. We need to be more collaborative and to have a multi-stakeholder effort. And we need also, and as we said, to come with actionable solution for technical community and really to be in line with the global digital compact. So thanks a lot for being here. And I hope that we are still all working together to move on standardization and human rights.
Yeah, Marek, Eugen, Florian, Benga, and Sharani. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot to all. Thanks a lot to Jinku also for being our rapporteur. Thank you.